The Catfood Bowl Minor #Lucky Strike is underway. 100 players battled it out to make it to the top 16 elimination. Here are the top moments from the Jianqi that made it through. With the dealer 4-30, Raph seals the deal on a monster 87,000 point game, extending their lead in the initial matches. Chu-Chun wins this non-overflowed, completely silent, full flush Sun Baimon as just the beginning to a monstrous 100,000 point blowout. Ajmer's streak seems never-ending as they self-draw this 4-30, gaining over 2,000 additional points in bonus alone. Omo Noon locks in their win with an all-last instant victory Sanshoku Mangan.
Reach 一発ピンフ3色同春マンガン
In a world of cons, Flunster starts their game off strong with a Dora-filled Hanuman.
ツモシャードラゴドラハネマン
Resco takes control of this game with his instant win on a single 7-so.
それロンでリーチ一発ドラにマンガンリーチ楽しみ
Paradisus quickly assembles and completes the Stealer Mangan, pulling away from their opponents to get a vital first place.
ツモ全部ちょうだいリーチツモピンフタンヤオドラマンガン
Dodge Z sets the tone for this epic game with an instant win, full flush Sun Baimon.
ロンリーチ一発ピンフチーズドラに3倍マン
At the end of this epic string of repeats, Jinxie pulls the classic 7 pairs Dora weight on the Sanzo, marking the start of their comeback.
Reach
Azeres effortlessly lands the Stealer Mangan, the second they've won this game alone.
ツモリーチ一発ツモピンフイーペイコーマンガン
Unluck certainly does not live up to their name with a string of 5 straight dealer repeats. This Mangan puts them at over 90,000 in this game alone.
それ論でリーチ一発吐くドラマンガン
リーチ
Bobolai is rewarded for their quick thinking, pivoting this hand into a 7 pairs Baimon and hitting Uradora on their only pins.
スモどうだリーチスモチートイドラにドラにバイマン
Kobugi starts as dealer and stays there hand after hand. The lead they build carries them through the entire game and into the next level of the Catfood Bowl. Light Pink Yoshi follows up a Mangan with his 420 that gets a whole lot bigger thanks to Uda. This dealer Hanuman is just one of the 3 limit hands they complete this game alone.
リーチスモピンフイーペイコードラにハネマン
In the single game alone, Dorksport wins 10 hands. This one doesn't seem like that much to start, but the critical hit Uda Bomb brings in 3 more Dora for 12,000 points.
Reach.
KUC treads the needle of multiple chasing Riichis to win this dealer Mangan.
リーチが
ロンですリーチドラドラにマンガン
Which of these players will make it through the next 4 games to the final? Let's find out now.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Catfood Bowl Minor 2023 Lucky Strike. I'm your host, Tips and Tricks. I stream here at twitch.tv/Tips and Tricks. I stream Mahjong on Tuesdays. I'm a ladder climber on the EN server. I'm getting there. I've been stuck for a little while, but at least I haven't gone down, so that's pretty good, right? And I'm excited to see some high-level Mahjong here with our top 16 coming out of the Catfood Bowl qualifiers. I'm sure many of you already know the format, but there might be some out there who have not seen it yet. So, in order to help me with it, let's bring in our commentators. The first one for this first game is myself. It's, hi, I'm Tips and Tricks again, but I'm being joined by Irie from Irene TV. Say hi, Irie.
Hello! Hello, my name's Irie. I've commentated quite a few of these Catfood Bowls also. It's always a pleasure to be back. And yeah, I'll be here as a commentator for the game 1, and I'll also be helping out Tips. You can find me at twitch.tv/IreneTV. Magical Mahjong Girl. I am also a VTuber, so I usually stream over there. And also on YouTube. You can find me there, where I post Mahjong videos every now and then.
Nice, nice. And you may have also noticed that was the voice of Irie in the initial highlights video scene, so we thank you for that as well, Irie. You got
Of course.
the entire crowd excited and ready. Gave them a little introduction to these top 16 players here. So, for the benefit of the viewers out there, our 100 players who were selected from the highest ranked players on the EN server here in Mahjong Soul played 3 days of Scramble, where their 5 best consecutive games was their ranking score. And so there were many hours to play over those 3 days, and so it was a real test of battle, but also a test of skill, because I think there might have even been 1,000 games between all the players over the 3 days.
Oh, that's a lot of games.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But our top 16 are here. We saw them in the opening video, but now all their scores are gone. So there will be no advantage for first over 16th. They'll all be on even playing field when it comes to these next games. And the initial seed of our first table today will be done based on the scramble placement. So I suppose the scramble placement, their scores will have a little bit of an effect, but they'll all be starting from 0.0 score. And after the first game, then the second game will be seeded based on the scores in the first game, so that we have the best chance of seeing some interesting matches in that second game. Because at the end of the second game, we will be making a halving of our players. Both the amount of players will be halved to top 8, and their scores will also be halved, so that anyone who had a really big advantage from the first 2 games will still keep some advantage, but it will not be insurmountable. From there, we've got 1 game seeded from the top 8 score, and then a second game seeded from that previous game to give us our top 4. And the top 4 will be moving on to tomorrow's finals, which is a 3-game series, but not before their scores are halved again. So that way, players who have large advantages will not be able to take them all the way through to the finals. And we'll be able to see some interesting finals with a lot of people having very good chances to win. So, Irie, what do you think about this?
I think it's a very competitive format. They have already battled so much to get here, right? You said over 1,000 games played.
Yeah,
that's a lot of
it's
games.
somewhere around there. So many players,
And some of the best players of the server. And after all that competition, they are here, and I bet they're gonna play some really good mahjong for us, so that they can try to secure these prizes. And yeah, like you said, the advantages won't stay as big as they are, but they'll still get to keep some advantage even after the scores are halved.
That's right. So it's like the right balance of keeping players interested in gaining a lot of points in the early phases, but also allowing us to see comebacks in the later phases, so that the scores aren't too out of reach. I really like
That's
it.
right. And speaking of the prizes that the players are competing for, could you show us what the players are competing for? Prizes that they might win.
Why, of course I will, Irie. The first place here gets that coveted priority pass to the advanced tournaments, things like the Catfood Bowl Major and other large tournaments held by Yostar here on Mahjong Soul. But that's not all. They will also get a $300 Amazon e-gift card, as well as 50 summon scrolls, a 1-month fortune charm, the limited portrait frame. Nobody else will have that portrait frame. That is a status symbol right there, but it'll only be here for a year, as our other Catfood Bowl portrait frames have been, as well as a physical trophy and some physical merchandise, a special acrylic picture stand. That is pretty interesting. I wonder what will stand in that. Maybe Ichihime right there.
Yeah, I don't think we usually see physical prizes, so that's really cool.
Oh, we've had a couple things before, especially the trophy, but this is they're really pulling out all the stops on this one. Second place as well, $150 Amazon e-gift card, 30 summon scrolls, a fortune charm, and again the special acrylic picture stand. Third place, $100 Amazon e-gift card, 20 summon scrolls, a fortune charm, and the picture stand once again. Fourth place, $70 Amazon e-gift card, 10 summon scrolls, a fortune charm, and the picture stand. And fifth and sixth place, 5 summon scrolls, a fortune charm, and the special acrylic picture stand. So actually interesting. Right down first to sixth place, all receiving a little bit of physical merchandise from Yostar here at this tournament.
That's right, very cool.
So that's going to be pretty exciting. But, now that we've got the rules, the prizes, what about the players?
Right, so the players. So from the 100-person initial matches, they competed in the scramble, and matching up their best 5 consecutive games, they got these scores. So these are the top 16 from the scramble of the 100 players. And we have Wrath at the top, plus 201. We have Chuchan at 185.7. Third, we have Ajmer at 171.6. And at fourth, we have Omonu at 165.4. We have Flancer on fifth at 160.5. We have Rasco sixth at 159.9. Paradisus on seventh at 148.2. We have Dajzi on eighth at 140.7. Have Jinxie at ninth, 137.7. And going down, we have Azaras at 135.8, Unluck 135.5, Bobolai at 132.5. I believe that is Kobugi at 130.1, Light Pink Yoshi at 124.5, Dorksport at 122.2, and KUC at 122.0.
That's right. These are pretty interesting scores. Wrath, the only player above 200. In fact, I remember watching some of these players play, and Wrath's score had actually been achieved very early on in the whole qualifier session. So Wrath was sitting there at the top, basically put their feet up and just watched all the other players play for a couple more days. That's pretty interesting, and still managed to maintain the #1 spot even after all that. But as you go down closer to the 16th place, you can see a really tough fight for those final spots.
Yeah, it's not easy to get like 5 matches that are first, and you need to get high scores on them. Wrath, of course, got some really great scores to get that high.
Yeah, I mean, plus 122.2 and plus 122.0 for 15th and 16th. So close. I can only imagine what 17th and 18th look like right now. Unfortunate for them, but you can tell how hard of a fight it was for all of these players to get here.
So, what are the tables that we have for today?
All right,
For
so
game 1.
according to the format of the tournament, we took the top 16 players and seeded them in a sort of snake format here. It's a little bit different, of course, because in typical snake formats, you only have 2 teams playing each other. But in this format, of course, 4-player Mahjong, we've got 4 players on each table. So we've got 1st, 8th, 9th, and 16th on the first table. 2nd, 7th, 10th, and 15th on the second. 3rd, 6th, 11th, and 14th on the third, and then 4th, 5th, 12th, and 13th on the fourth. So we've got Wrath, Dazi, Jinxie, and KUC, table 1. We've got Juchan, Paradisius, Azarez, and Dorksport on table 2. Ajmer, Resco, Unluck, and Light Pink Yoshi on table 3. And Omungnun, Flanster, Bobolai, and Kobugi on table 4. So, first game of the day, game 1. We will be going with table 1. So we will be
All right.
looking at that table with our plus 201 Wrath player on it, as well as our final player who snuck in KUC at plus 122.0. And they are getting ready to begin, but we still have a short time before they begin. And with that time, I want to let you know that not only do the players have a chance to win some prizes in this tournament, but you, the viewers at home on YouTube, are going to be able to win both through these gift codes here and these lucky draws. So stay tuned and stay active in chat, because the lucky draws are going to require a little bit of participation. After all, you gotta draw from the lucky draw raffle if you want to win.
And there are some good prizes, let me tell you. You guys are going to be excited for these prizes.
Yeah, no spoilers, but I think you'll be pleased. And of course, the gift codes for the online client for your accounts. But that's enough of that. We are getting word that the game has begun, so let's go over there now.
Ooh, excited for some Mahjong.
Alright,
And-
alright.
Looks like we will have Jinxie as our first dealer. We'll have Wrath as the south player. We'll have Dajzi as the third dealer, sitting in west, and KUC on the north seat with a triplet of reds as the last dealer.
Yeah, this seems really interesting. I was gonna say KUC's hand looks extremely good, but Wrath might look even better right now.
Yeah, Wrath already pawned the south and the white dragon, does have 2 Yakuhai and the half flush, almost Tenpai.
Yes, I think they're both one away. In fact, that's it. That's it for KUC. KUC is Tenpai with that and calls the reach.
Yeah, and that's a good reachy final weight, waiting on the 6 and 9 of bamboo. Any of these sides could give him the win, and that's exactly the kind of hand you want to be winning on your first hand of the top 16.
That's right. I'm honestly wondering if KUC could have went for a little more value, cutting out the 7 and 8 so in order to go for a half flush here in the Pinzu, but that is a lot of speed that might come back to bite them if they do that. So this move is pretty interesting. You can see it's already caused Wrath a little bit of problems there on the right. Wrath already cutting the 8-mon as a safe tile instead of the dangerous 6-pin, even though Wrath had started off at blistering speed going to his own mon.
And KUC getting a concealed con after reaching is the only time you can make any calls after reaching. And that'll add a lot of food to the hand, and actually pretty much adds a Han of point value to the hand. Very interesting there.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Unfortunately, KUC had to discard the red 5-pin. I'm sure they would have wanted that 5-pin, but as you said, after Ricci, got no choice about that matter. Wrath has an interesting decision to make here. Already cut the 8-mon, so would be in Furiten if he switched his weight there.
Yeah, so because of the Ricci, Wrath had to play a bit defensively earlier, and that comes back to bite, because that Tenpai, which would be a lot better than the 6-mon weight, would be Furiten. And now we have a Ricci from Dajzi across the table, chasing KUC to try and get some of this Kan Uradora.
That's right. The Condora are always interesting because they weren't there at the beginning of the hand. A lot of times players don't treat them like Dora at the beginning, and so they can end up in bad spots in your hand. And I think that's what Dajzi is looking for extra Condora that people can't use. But Jinxie here not willing to discard it.
And Dajzi is on the wait for the Dora, the 2 of characters, and Wrath and Jinxie have drawn it. And there's not one left to draw, so it would have to be from one of these two players.
That's right. And Wrath actually is waiting as well on that 2-mon. That's Wrath's only tile.
But Dajzi is going to deal into KUC's hand, and looks like this hand will find the critical hit Uradora for the Mangan.
Yeah.
So 370, not a common occurrence. But yeah, this is a 300 Mangan for 10,000 points with the bonus Richi sticks.
That's right. It's very interesting. You actually need 70 Han you need 70 Fu to make a Mangan on 3 Han. So already starting the tournament with something you might not see again for the entire tournament. That's how rare that is.
I think I've seen like 3 of those my entire career. So Wrath here is now the dealer in these two, and this is a pretty decent hand. You do have the pair and a completed sequence and a triplet, so pretty decent.
Yeah, I think the player across KUC could end up going for a half flush here. It's interesting because a lot of times players will go for a half flush with like a number of tiles of one suit and then these singular honors. But it's sort of an illusion that the singular honors are like half flush tiles because they're just unfortunately not very good in terms of how many tiles they can use. When you have an honor tile, you can only draw another honor tile to add to it, whereas the number tiles can make sequences as well. Honor tiles can only make triplets.
Yeah, but in this case, since it is the East round, the players are keeping the East because it is also Dora, so if they manage to pair it up, they could use it for bonus points, or they can triple it up for an extra Han by itself.
That's right. As we can see, East was one of the only tiles that KUC didn't have, so we can see KUC dropping all of their extra honor tiles and not actually going for the half flush. They drew the 7-8-9 pin very early, and now 4-5 so with the red 5 so, which is Dora.
It looks like Dajzi manages to pair up the East Dora, so that would be a Mangan hand if Dajzi can triple it up.
Yeah, we can see one of them in Jinxie's hands. The other one is still on the wall, so really good opportunity for Dajzi here. Dajzi, the South player here on the right, but...
Ooh, looks like there's a Richi from KUC going to be waiting on the 3 and 6 of Bamboo. Most of those are wrapped up in Ref's hand, though.
Yeah, and while we were sort of contemplating the options for KUC in the previous hand about going for the half flush, it turned out that their fast Richi paid off in the end. It had actually made Wrath slow down a bit, and in the end it actually prevented Wrath from making his Mangan hand, and then in the end Dajzi Richi'd to fight and dealt into KUC.
And we'll see here Wrath doing a bit of a defensive play, discarding the ones of Bamboo in order to not deal into KUC. But the 3-6 is a pretty efficient shape, so we could still see the 3 of Bamboo being drawn. There are 2 of them left.
Yeah. One interesting side effect of KUC's Richi is that Jinxie is probably not going to discard the Dora East anymore, which actually makes it harder for Dajzi on the right to win, even though Dajzi is 1 away from Tenpai here.
When we'll see what Dajzi decides to discard.
But no 3 or 6 so yet for KUC, so the hand continues to trudge on.
And when it's this early, you really don't want to run the risk of dealing in, so it looks like most players are deciding to just fold by discarding the safest tiles they can. But Ref is still 1 away. There could still be a chance here.
Yeah, there's half of it is not wanting to be in a huge deficit, but then the other half is don't you want to have a big lead going into game 2? And to get a big lead, you gotta win, right?
And Dajzi there drew one of the 3s that KUC was waiting on, but it looks like they have decided to properly defend by discarding the 9s of Bamboo, and looks like Ref is now in Tenpai for the 8 and 5 of characters.
Yeah, we can
After that
see
G.
Dodgy had played some aggressive tiles
Ooh.
before.
Ooh. And Wrath actually manages to take it. KUC was in Tenpai earlier with the Riichi with a more valuable hand, but Wrath, as the dealer, gets to repeat after this win, so this 1500 plus the Riichi stick is actually pretty important, because Wrath gets another chance at a big hand, because as dealer, don't forget, you get 50% extra points.
That's right. It's a pretty good stop as well to KUC's hand, because as dealer, not only do you win 50% more points, but you also have to pay out double if somebody else sumos. So there's a double benefit to Wrath winning that hand, even if it was just all simples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But looks like Wrath here on the repeat hand might be able to go for an all simple hand. He does have one Dora in the red 5-pin, so we'll see what he makes of that.
Yeah, Wrath is looking pretty here. Maybe even 5, 6, 7 mixed triples.
Oh, that's also a possibility, that's right.
That would be an interesting sort of calling maneuver, because it gives you a way to win the hand faster by calling, as opposed to having to wait to draw all the tiles. Of course, the downside of calling is that oftentimes your hand isn't worth as much, you can't reachy, but with the extra Dora in the hand, it might still be worth Wrath's time to call and go faster here.
Yeah, and looks like Jinxie on the left is making a play here to discard the outside shapes in order to go for all simples when you don't have any 1s or 9s.
Yeah, I think all simples or Tanyao is a hand that is extremely common. Ichihime knows all about it. Ichihime will tell you all about it. It's her favorite hand. And you will see it a lot. Not just Ichihime, but high-level players also like all simples.
Mm-hmm. And Dodzy is 1 away now. After that discard. So we'll see if they manage to make it there. Ooh, a very important draw here for Wrath. Completing the 5, 6, 7. And like you said, there might be a chance at the mixed triple sequence here of 5, 6, 7 with 1 Dora and all simples.
Yeah, at first I had only considered the fact that Wrath would have to call to make 5, 6, 7, but Wrath is almost there without calling a single tile. Let's see what his decision is here.
And looks like he decides to pawn on the 2 of bamboo and now is 1 away. So he could get Tenpai by pawning on the 8 and 7 as well. But ideally he wants to get the 6 pin to have the most ideal shape and also to include the Dora.
That's right. The 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku with the red Dora and all simples, that's 3 Han. But all simples on its own is only 1 Han. And when it comes to the dealer, that's the difference between 2,000 points and 6,000 points, and Wrath gets the good side.
Nice. So now the mixed triple sequence is locked in, and this is a pretty important one here. Waiting on the 6 pin, but they're all in Dodgy's hand.
Yeah, Dodzy actually had a really good shape in the Pinzu, and calling the 7 pin there makes it slightly worse, but when you see the dealer with 2 calls like this already, so speed can be almost the only thing that matters at a time like that, and Dodzy prioritizing getting to Tenpai here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wrath, unless he draws something that can allow him to change his shape of the final weight, he's going to be out of luck because all the tiles that he's waiting on are in other people's hands. And Dodzy is Tenpai on the 6 of bamboo. Looks like there are still 2 of those for him to draw.
Yeah, and I wonder if Wrath will play. Yes, Wrath does take the slight risk of cutting the 7 pin in order to get the better weight.
So now it's a weight on the 3 of circles as well.
That's right. And sort of the saving grace that you were talking about. There were no more 6 pins left for Wrath to get, and now he's found another option. Unfortunately, KUC has a lot of them too.
Mm-hmm. But it isn't impossible that we might see one of them being discarded.
It's true. It's true. It could happen. The Dora is a very interesting tile. It is safe to the left and the right. Daji and Jinxie both discarded a Dora here, so we might see KUC discard the Dora. We might see KUC discard 3-pin and deal into Wrath.
Yeah, and I imagine these players already know that who's on Tenpai because of the rate of the discards that they are discarding.
That's right. When you look at it's sort of like the danger level of players' tiles. When they discard tiles that seem very dangerous, a lot of times players will say things like, "Oh, how could you discard that? Oh, what are you doing? That's going to deal in." But generally, the reason the player discards such a dangerous tile is because they have a dangerous hand themselves that can win them a lot of points.
Ooh, and this could be getting close here. What can you see decide? Ooh, the 4-pin is cut.
Yep.
Almost dangerous. Looks like, oh, this is the last tile. Oh, and Raph finds the win on the last tile. There's going to be an extra point, and I think this will be 11,100, right?
Yeah, this is huge.
Oh, 5,800. It's still a pretty huge win with the bonus at 6,100, and that's exactly what Raph needed this early on.
Yep, that puts Wrath in the lead, and we were just talking about how Wrath didn't have any real chance of winning on the 6-pin, but was able to draw the 4-pin and get that improved weight. Unfortunately, by the time he did, KUC already had 3 of the 3-pin, but fortunately the last tile in the wall was that final 3-pin for Wrath, and Daji looking to get those Tenpai points at draw. If you're a Tenpai at draw, you will get points from anyone who's no 10. Discards the dangerous tile, and it deals in for the extra Han from under the river.
Yeah, it's not often that we get to see that. But now Raph already has a pretty good hand here on the second repeat of his dealership. So he has won 2 hands now, and those extra points on the top left are stacking up, as you can see, ×2. And he has 2 red dragons here and 2 Doras, so this is a pretty good starting hand already. These shapes are very nice also.
Yeah, that's right. A change to the rules this year. Those repeat counters, Honbauer repeat counters, ×2 right now, are worth the same amount as you would normally find in your rank games. So they're worth 300 points each. In previous Catfood Bowls, they were worth 0, so every hand would be worth the same no matter how many repeat counters. But that is a new change for Lucky Strike this year.
That's right. So maybe if they get a lot of Lucky Strike wins, they can get a lot of points.
That's right.
And yeah, looks like we have a pawn here from Wrath on the red dragons. He will have to find a pair somewhere, but I'm sure that will come up at some point. Meanwhile, the other players don't seem like they have too much going on yet, but still it's early on and we'll see what they draw.
Yeah, a pretty aggressive call from Wrath here. It locks in the Yaku on the hand with the red dragon, but it does remove his pair. Fortunately for him, he has drawn the 8-so and has found a new pair to cash those Dora in. Big advantage of calling like this is that you can open your hand, which means you can chi, you can pawn, and just being able to do that makes your hand quite a bit faster.
Yeah, it makes it less flexible because you have less tiles that you can change for other tiles, but just having the raw speed and being able to chi and pawn other tiles makes much more than makes up for it.
Players are always, especially at this level, they're balancing speed, they're balancing value, they're balancing flexibility of their hand shape, and don't forget they're balancing defense, trying not to deal in all the time.
So it looks like Wrath here, like I said, being able to chi, it takes the 6 of characters and now is ready to win on the 2 and 5 pin. So we see some of these tiles on the other players' hands, but there are still a few of them to draw for Wrath.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Daji on the right, just not in a good shape at 9,900. Will probably be convinced to go for any hand that looks good, and this one has 2 Dora in it. So we'll see if Daji discards the right tiles here that prevent them from dealing in, or will they cut that 2 or 5 pin and deal into Wrath's hand here?
Yeah, it could go either way. There's also still the red 5 to be drawn by Wrath.
Yeah.
For a little bit more points.
The red 5 would actually be really good here now that you point that out. It moves it from 3 Han to 4 Han. And the difference between 3 Han and 4 Han is generally the biggest 1 Han jump in the game. So as a little tip, if you're going between 3 and 4 Han, that's the most important Han for you to get.
Well, thank you for your tips and your tricks, but looks like we have Dodge Z here getting Tenpai as well.
Yeah, that's a really good Tenpai for Daji. There's
Yeah, so he's waiting on the 4 and 7, I believe.
That's right. So Pinzu, full of mines here for all of our players. KUC across the table may or may not be able to use all those Pinzu tiles. Jingxi on the left has drawn a very interesting tile.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, I was going to say that, well, Raf got this win. It's a very nice win. 7,000 points, I believe?
Yeah, I think it's 2,000
6,000?
from everyone, right?
2,000 from everybody, plus the 2 homo sticks for 600 bonus. Yeah, but I was going to mention that Dodgy was actually Furitan at the very end there. I mean, he couldn't run, but looks like that wasn't an issue because Raf is taking a commanding lead already on his 3rd repeat on the dealership, and this is what we're talking about. Being on the dealership, such a good spot to be in, especially when you're as lucky as Wrath.
Yeah, at first we saw, all simples, get the dealership, 1 Han, get started, but even 3 Han hands as the dealer add up 6,000 apiece, and Wrath is in a pretty solid position so far. Dodgy has a good chance to come back here, though, when I look at this hand.
Yeah, this hand is pretty sweet. There's the Yakuhai of the south to help speed that hand along. There's also a chance of half flush, so if you have all in bamboo. So this is pretty exciting here for Dodgy. This is exactly what he needs.
Yep, the entire table here actually looks very interesting. Wrath as the dealer actually kind of looks like the weakest hand currently, but even his hand is not bad.
Yeah, so looks like Dodgy just going to opt for the quicker hand. Is already Tenpai waiting on the 4 and 7 of bamboo. Meanwhile, KUC does have the west and the red pairs. So if he gets to triple those up, he gets 1 Han for each. So that's pretty good for KUC. But since he has a lead over 3rd place, he could just hold this and just try to be defensive.
Yeah, if KUC gets too greedy here and discards all of those Sozu tiles, they're gonna deal into Daji on the right. That would get Daji back on the path. Also, Jingxi, though, really stuck with the Sozu tiles as well. I'm not even sure how Jingxi hasn't cut any of them yet. This is some sort of supernatural Mahjong sense.
Ooh, it looks like that will pay off because KUC will actually deal in to this 3 Han hand.
Yeah, the game gets closer. 2nd and dealing it to 4th brings all of our scores just a little closer.
Yeah, 3,900. Definitely what you want to, begin a comeback here for Dodgy as we move into his dealer turn. And actually, this hand, it looks pretty sweet with Dora 3 and a lot of good shapes.
I can't really say anything bad about Dodgy's hand. Maybe those 2 extra honor tiles will have to be changed out. But it's a really solid so far, especially compared to a number of the other hands on this table. Unfortunately, they did not draw quite as well as Dodgy here, but if we're looking for a close match, we need last place to win some hands. So let's see it, Dodgy. Let's see the comeback.
Yeah, this is actually looking pretty sweet as Dodgy manages to pair up the Green Dragon, and now if he pawns this, he will be Tenpai on a pretty sweet 356 weight.
Yeah, it's a very interesting shape. It's a shape you learn not immediately when you start Mahjong, but pretty soon. When you see that 4-4-4-5 shape, you can either use 2 4s as a pair, and then use a 4-5 as a sequence and do 3-6, or you can use 3 4s as a triplet, and that last 5 mon there can be your pair when you pair it up and win on another 5. So that's how you end up with a 3-5-6 mon weight at the very end of it all.
And across the table, we do have Jingxi with the possibility of the mixed triple sequence Pingfu, which would be pretty sweet. But again, with the sort of standard score, you really don't want to overcommit for something that you might not win.
That's a pretty interesting tile. The 2-pin is very close to the Dora 3-pin, and just because it's not shiny doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Tiles that are close to the Dora, even though it's not completely obvious from the tips and the shine, can still be just as dangerous as Dora in a lot of cases because they allow other players to make sequences with Dora. But you can see Jinxie going for their own large hand, and they did cut the 2-pin when they drew it.
Yeah, we'll see here if ooh, this would not give Tenpai to Daji. I was thinking if maybe the 3 or the 6 comes out, if we would see a pawn or a chi, but looks like, yeah, Daji manages to triple up the green dragon, and now the weight that we talked about, the 3-5-6 weight, is ready.
Yeah, and the Yaku is there with the green dragon, so basically all of Daji's problems are solved here. It's just a matter of will they get the last tile.
Yeah, and this hand is pretty huge because it is actually worth a Mangan here, so 12,000 points.
Yeah, it's either a Mangan or it's very close, 11,600, 11,000.
Ooh, there it is! So Daji, yeah, not quite a Mangan, but still, 11,600. This is exactly what he needed to make this comeback happen.
That's huge. It swaps 3rd and 4th and puts Daji right on the coattails, right on the heels of 2nd place. KUC's got to be sweating a little bit after that one.
Yeah, but now KUC is the one that gets a really good hand here. It has Dora, it has the Red Dragon to make it into a faster hand, but Daji might be able to fight it as well.
Yeah, I think Daji actually has the faster hand, even though they don't have quite the Dora completed shape. You can see Daji really missing the Dora there. Daji could really use the Dora.
The 3-pin is a critical draw here because the 2-4 you really need to fill that shape, and he draws the exact tile that he needed. So now we might see a much better shape later on when he finally managed to get to Tenpai, and it also enables this hand to get to Tenpai by pawning or cheating a lot more tiles than before.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like common sense, but when you have a weight on the inside like 2-4, there's only one tile that fills the inside, and that's the 3-pin. But for example, if you have 3-4, there's 2 tiles that fill it, which is the 2-pin and the 5-pin. So on a draw like that, that makes it basically twice as valuable as filling an outside draw.
We'll see what Daji decides to make. If maybe someone else makes calls, he might decide to make it into a faster hand by pawning the 5-pin, for example. But we'll see.
Yeah, interesting discard there for Daji. There's a lot of interaction between Daji's Manzu shapes. At first glance, it might look like by discarding the 9, Daji can't quite use the 5-8 weight anymore, but because of the 3-3-4, Daji could still use the 5, even though the 8 was not such a good draw anymore.
Yeah, now Daji pawns up on the 3-mon, so now he is in Tenpai for the 7 and 5-pin, but Wrath might be able to challenge it with this Dora 4 hand for Wrath. That's incredible.
Right. This is a real interesting situation. KUC with a really good draw here as well. I think that's Tenpai, but the question is, will KUC take the sort of bad 8-pin weight, or will they look for more?
No, looks like they do decide to reachy, so now they are ready to win on the 8 of circles. Wrath does have one of them, and it might come off soon, but there might just be a defense here also.
Okay. The thing is, Wrath's pair right now are those 6-pin, which means the 8-pin is the leftover tile. And so if Wrath gets the Tenpai, I don't know if he'll be able to resist the Siren's call of 4 Dora in hand.
Yeah, but I mean, Wrath is a pretty good player. He's been playing for a really long time, and is quite very competent. Everyone here is, of course, so he might decide to defend. We've seen some amazing defensive play, but Daji gets the Tsumo that he was been waiting on. I was thinking maybe he could make a change, but this will do just fine. 3,000 points here. Very good comeback. We saw he was down to 9,900, now up pretty much 20,000 points.
That's right. Still has a dealer turn and still has the whole south round to go. So, very interesting game it looks like we've fallen into here. We had a lot of sort of decisions for Wrath here in the previous hand. And sometimes when you're playing Mahjong and you're stuck in a cycle of thinking, someone else just wins the hand and all the thinking is for naught.
And looks like now Wrath might have the quicker hand of all of these with the East pair. KUC might discard it soon, hoping to advance his own hand, and then that's where Wrath would come in. I was going to mention Dodgy's hand looked pretty sweet, and now with that 3-man draw, filling in the 2-4 shape like we were talking about last hand, this puts him at a possible full flush, which would be a lot of points, at least 12,000.
Yeah, I'm ready to see some action this hand. Wrath's hand has basically been one away from mixed triple sequence almost since the start of the hand. Dodgy here had one away from 7 pairs, had pure double sequence with the 2-3-4 mod, but as you said, going for that full flush, cutting the 3-sos, probably expect to see the next one discarded at some point as well.
Yeah, so that is not the most efficient, but that is the most efficient if you're going for points, because the full flush, one of the rare hands, we saw some in the highlights from the top 100, we saw that 2 players won 24,000 points with these hands, so they're definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, it's a matter of speed versus value, and in this case, Dodgy is going for value, even poning that 2-mon.
Wow, so this, yeah, very point-oriented hand, right? It's not speed-oriented. Like we said, they're balancing it, and it looks like the balance here for Dodgy is going to be for points. Although, Jinxie, who did pawn the White Dragon earlier, now manages to get Tenpai waiting on the 8 of Bamboo, and this is a silent killer because you really don't expect the 8 to deal in, necessarily. Especially this early on, and this hand is 330, so it would be 3,900. Kind of exactly what started Dodgy's comeback way back then.
It's interesting. Dodgy was 1 tile away from Tenpai very early in the hand, but this play for value here has put Dodgy on the back foot. They are about 3 tiles away from Tenpai, and they need 3 pretty specific tiles to make it there. Wrath, unfortunately, no great draws. Wrath never made Tenpai either. And another surprise is just that Jinxie was able to make Tenpai first out of everybody.
Ooh, looks like there's a shape. And Wrath deals in. So Jinxie changes the weight from 8 of Bamboo to 9s, and then gets the run on the Dora. So that's the more expensive side. Goes from 3,900 to 7,700. And now Jinxie was so far down in 4th, now actually manages to make a small comeback here with this hand.
That's right. The hand was almost, I guess in this case, it was too good to be true for Wrath. Wrath was basically 2 away from the very beginning for a huge hand. But Dodgy going for value over speed allowed Jinxie to get to Tenpai pretty fast, and then Jinxie drawing a bunch of Dora, getting value for their own hand, and then Wrath willing to discard the Dora because his hand looked so very good. Just a perfect storm of events allowed last place Jinxie to come back here.
Yeah, there was a pretty nice one away for Wrath, but because of that move, now his lead is a lot more close than it was before. And can you see here in the dealer seat has the pair of East for the double East triplet. If he manages to triple it up, and also has 1 Dora, which, you know, adds a lot of points to the dealer hand.
Yeah, I mean, double East is already strong. Gets you 2 Han, but the first 2 Han they're important to finish the hand because you need Han to win, but they're not actually super valuable. That 3rd Han from the Dora adds a lot, and if KUC can find another Dora, whether it's a red 5 or maybe even Richie in this case, drawing that East themselves, this hand could be huge.
Yeah, now this hand could be huge because he does not need to call to get the Tenpai. And that's actually pretty important because it allows him to play for Ricci. Although Jinxie, with the Green Dragon triplet that he called just now, does put him into one away. So we might see Jinxie getting Tenpai first.
Yeah, just like last time, right? Nobody expected it, but Jinxie, master of shapes, efficiency, and speed here. Getting Tenpai. This would be the second time, but it hasn't happened yet. KUC here is one tile away from Tenpai.
Ooh, are we gonna see the con? Okay, we did not see it.
No con this time. It's an interesting decision because it allows you to see more Dora here, but it removes your ability to Ricci.
So KUC here is waiting on either of these shapes to fill out, but he could also get the Dora, the 4 of characters, and that could add a lot of value to this hand, making it worth upwards of 12,000.
Trying to figure out. Okay.
It looks like we do have Tenpai here for Dadzi, waiting on the 7-mon only. And we also have Tenpai for KUC after this Chi, waiting on the 1 of circles, the 1 pin.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, that inside weight in between the 2 and the 4, there's only one type of tile that finishes it, and it's the 3-mon. Could have influenced KUC's decision to call here and wait on the 1 pin.
Ooh, and KUC does make the change here, waiting on the 4 of characters for even more points than before. Yeah, and after that Ricci that Raph gets, waiting on the 1 and 4 of characters, 1 and 4 of circles, we see Dajzi drawing the other 4-mon, that is the final one of the table. And we see a Ricci as well. So now, can you see here, it actually does have a deal tile and deals straight into Raph for the 1-shot bonus, the Ippatsu.
That's right, Ippatsu here is going to be a chiller. That's a cold one. That's a reminder of how dangerous Mahjong can be.
Yeah, because it boosts the hand from 3,900 to 7,700, so that's a pretty huge spike.
We'll call it a cooler there. There are 2 people Ricci'd. KUC was looking for a dealer Mangan right there. Had 12,000 points ready. Unfortunately, drew the wrong tile and just had. It was almost like 2 wrong tiles in a row. KUC drew the Dora at first glance. Dora would have been a lot of value, but obviously waiting on it. I don't know if KUC wanted to do that. It's really hard to draw or get other players to discard. And then right after the Dora, the 4 pin. So KUC.
Yeah, I feel like. Well, the problem was both of the tiles would have dealt in, so that was really an unfortunate turn of events.
Exactly.
But here in the South round now, Jinxie is the dealer again, so we're gonna have the players cycle through their dealership once more, and that'll be the game. But for now, in South 1, we have Jinxie with quite a good hand, honestly.
And Jinxie making the open, it's going to be worth a little bit less, but a hand like this can be very hard to make closed. Those honor pairs they look good at first glance, but they sort of force you to call them, because with an honor pair, that means there's only 2 of those tiles left, and you never know if anybody has it in their hand, or whether it's in the dead wall, which doesn't get drawn during the game. So it sort of makes you call those tiles and take them as soon as you can, which of course reduces the value of your hand because you can't reach it.
And we'll see here, Wrath has a pretty interesting hand also with 1 Dora, but possibly looking to make it into all simples. We see KUC calling the red dragon as well, just like Jinxie who called the green. It's less points, but really you just want to make sure that Jinxie doesn't get a chance to make this gap between 3rd and 4th bigger. And now we see Dajzi getting into Ricci, waiting on the 2 and 5 of characters.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. KUC has called their red dragon. One of the big things about calling the Yakuza is when another player reaches, you're not able to discard those tiles as safe tiles if you're trying to defend. And so you see KUC sort of in a tough spot here. Kind of trying to defend, has been discarding the safe tiles and sort of safer tiles like Suji tiles, which don't deal into double-sided weights. But it's left KUC's hand in a very awkward position here. It's halfway between winning and folding, and now we see KUC trying to completely fold, but having a lot of dangerous tiles.
Yeah, and we'll see where we end up here. Jinxie still looks like he's pushing. He might end up Tempai here if he pawns the north or something. Ooh, it looks like he would just draw it himself, and now he's ready to win on the 2-pin. Possibly just trying to abort this hand because he does not want Daji to win, especially since it's his dealership, and he gets it. He draws the 2-pin, the only tile that he could draw to win, and even though it's a small hand, it's a very good hand to win because it puts the brakes on Daji's hand.
Anytime you can stop another player's Riichi as the dealer, it's a good feeling. Just simply because you have to pay twice the amount that the other players pay on a sumo.
Mm-hmm. And looks like the Dora is the west tile, and we see Jinxie starting with one of them in his hand. We'll see what he makes of this hand.
Yeah, this hand is a little bit of a cooler for everyone, honestly. I know
Ooh.
you can hear by the sound of your voice that as we look around the board.
There is something very exciting on this table indeed. Daji has 2 pairs of dragons and now tripled up on the green. And if he manages to triple up on the white, possibly get a red, this hand could be huge. And I mean huge, 32,000 points huge.
That's right, the old big 3 dragons, Dai Sangen. It's definitely still available. The rest of the red dragons are in the wall. There's 1 here in Jinxie's hand, but 2 are still in the wall for Daji to draw.
See, KKC here also has some Dora. Draws another one of the Wests, which is not very useful for his hand, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, at first glance, none of the hands were all that fast. In fact, KUC really had the best hand with the set of red 5s and some nice shapes on the inside, but that's one thing about the honor tiles, especially the Yakuhai, the dragons and the valuable wins, is that it only takes 1 or 2 good draws and all of a sudden your hand looks really, really good.
Ooh, looks like Raph drew the other red dragon, so unfortunately for Daji, this hand, I mean, he could still draw the other red, but I don't think after the white dragon is cut, I don't think the red dragon is coming off of Jinxie's hand.
Yeah.
But still, this is still really good situation for Daji because it still adds a lot of points.
That's right, and the sort of pressure here, you can't always know what's in other players' hands. But let's say with those 2 calls from Daji, Jinxie here would have probably swiftly went for the all simples, the Tanyao hand here, but with those calls on the table, never mind.
The red dragon immediately discarded. Extremely dangerous, I gasped. But it looks like Daji will not be able to take it. Still deciding to keep the red dragon though, maybe thinking he can pair it up for the small tree dragons. Not worth as much, but still definitely worth going for.
That's right. It's an interesting dilemma, especially because Jinxie is the dealer. Sound like a repeating record here, but the dealer always pays doubles when someone sumos.
Ooh. Well, Daji does draw the 3 of bamboo, exactly what he needed to. I mean, that was the worst out of all the shapes in his hand. That was definitely the worst. And now he has the 3/4/4 pin, which would be a very nifty shape to get into Tempai very soon, perhaps.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Daji could wait on the very last red dragon for little 3 dragons. Be worth a lot. Could also just abandon the red dragon and just go for the 2 Han from the green and the white dragon if they get a better weight. For example, like a 2 pin would be really nice. Even a 5 pin is...
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Waiting on the red. So now players might actually, if the red dragon is drawn after the red dragon passed earlier, they still might consider just discarding it.
Yeah, with 2 red dragons on the table, they know they won't deal into dice again, the big 3 dragons.
Mm-hmm.
So they might consider it. It's a little bit safer.
So still not quite Tenpai here for Jinxie, but 1 away.
Yeah, and let's not forget the red dragon's still in the wall.
Mhm.
So Daji could draw it themselves. They've got a hard decision now. Do they take the much better weight or the value?
Ooh, they go for the value. They don't. So there, you could switch to 2 or 5 for your wins, but instead he decides to keep red, which is only 1 tile left in the entire game. So we'll see if that pays off.
That's right. We can see Daji. Daji has been going for value at least twice in this game. One time with the full flush hand, where they cut the pair of 3-so, and here again taking the much smaller weight in order to get the much larger hand.
And Jinxie here does have an opportunity to switch into the 3-man only Tenpai, but looks like he will not take that. And Raph draws the last red dragon. What will he do? He is not Tenpai yet, so there's not too much incentive to push this red dragon. Daji once again deciding to keep the red dragon.
That's right. It's the same situation as last time, so I guess we should expect the same result from Daji.
We're getting close to the end of the game here. There are only 7 tiles left, and the players who are ready to win will have an advantage over the players who are not. They have to pay the points to the players who are Tenpai, ready to win.
Yeah, that's an interesting... Oh, Raph goes for it.
Ooh, Ref goes for it. Yeah, wanting the 3 of characters, now is 1 away. Perhaps trying to maneuver here to get into Tenpai, so he doesn't have to pay the penalty. KC also 1 away. We could see, we could definitely see a Tenpai here for KC as well.
That's not quite Tenpai for Wrath, but it does raise a number of interesting questions, and Wrath's just gonna play safe here.
Okay. Yeah, just playing it safe. Very smart to not discard the red. And for the last draw...
That's actually Tenpai for KUC.
I decided not to take it.
That is
And there we go. Raf's going to be very happy seeing the red dragon. You do have to show your hand at the end. And yeah, Daji shows the red dragon. Raf very happy to have kept it. And now, since Jinxie was not Tenpai, we will move into Raf's dealership, South 2.
Yeah, this looks pretty interesting. There's only 2 Dora, and they're both in Daji's hand. Make that 1 Dora, because Daji has discarded one right off the bat. So there's a lot in the wall to be drawn.
Raf's hand here looking very nice. Could be an up 7 pairs, or maybe mixed triple sequence on the 7, 8, 9. Or at least, at the very least, pure double sequence. So, could be a lot of things here. Looks good.
Yeah, a lot of options for Wrath. No open-ended weights though. No sort of 2-sided weights in that hand. Unless maybe you consider the 7-8 mon as a 2-sided weight, but then you would lose the 7-8-9 mon that you already have as a completed shape. Daji's hand on the right looking better and better with each draw though. It looks like the initial discard of the East Dora was the right decision for them.
And now we see... Oh, actually deciding to keep the honor tile there maybe for later. Discarding the more dangerous 3-pin earlier. But we still might just see the same hand of all samples with Dora 2. Make for a nice 4,000 point hand.
Yep.
And another pair drawn for Wrath.
Pair number 5 for Wrath.
Yeah, so now that's 1 away from 7 pairs.
7 pairs hands are always interesting. A lot of the value of 7 pairs hands in ReachMahjong is that you can use the Dora very easily. It can simply be one of your pairs, and if you haven't paired it up yet, you can wait on it as your last tile. When you have a 7 pairs hands with no Dora at all, it's actually worth surprisingly little. But Reachy can solve all that, because when you Reachy, if you win, not only do you get the 1 Han for Richi, you could also get Ipatsu or one shot if you win within one go around of the table. And you can also flip the Uradora. And nobody knows what the Uradora is until you've won. And that can give you the 2 Dora you're looking for to make your hand valuable.
Yeah, they do call it the shortcut to Hanuman because even though it's only 2 Han and it starts off at, what, measly 2,600 points or something like that, it can bump up in points very quickly if you get Richi, Sumo, one-shot bonus, Ipatsu, or Uradora, like you said. We'll see what ends up happening here. Ref, though, does draw the 9 mana, which raises the question, do you want to go for triplets with this hand? He could end up calling some of these triplets.
The triplets... Oh.
Ooh, but we do have the Tempai here for Wrath.
Yeah, the triplets are interesting because after you pass on a number of triplets, for example, the Tuso and the 9-mon from before, it gets harder to call for triplets. It's sort of like the more triplets you've passed up, the more you go for 7 pairs, since it's going to be harder to get those triplets.
And we'll see if Raf decides to reach it here at some point, or maybe he just wants to make sure he gets this win by going for the shadow Tempai, the Dama.
Yeah, the shadows. Oh, but that's a dangerous tile right there. Jinxie just got Tempai.
It deals in. Oh wait, does not deal in?
Jinxie does not take it. I don't think JC is Furiten, so they want more
I
points.
think that is a 5 only weight, and he just wants more points. He wants to perhaps get the mixed triple sequence, so just waiting. Not even taking the win.
Oh, but that also deals in.
Ooh, but that deals in. And deals into Daji's hand.
Daji already has quite a few points, so Daji more than willing to take that tile.
Yeah, and that puts them very close to each other, and as we move into Daji's hand, he could just take this, especially with this hand, could take this opportunity to just get a much larger lead, now that the gap has been closed.
Yeah, we remember Daji was under 10,000 points at the beginning of this game, and is now well on their way to taking first from Wrath, who was up over 40,000 at the beginning.
We see here a concealed triplet of the south already gives him an opportunity to call, as that is the round wind. And we also see KUC with a lot of pairs, could end up going for the 7 pairs that we just saw not work out for Wrath. And across the table we have 2 pairs of dragons for Jinxie. So just like we saw for Daji, there could be a potential scary hand there from Jinxie.
That's right. 2 of the white dragons are out this time. Unlike with the previous situation where there were a lot of red dragons in the wall for Daji, this time 2 of the white dragons, one of them has already been discarded by Wrath. It's going to be tough to get the last dragon, but you know, Dora is almost as good.
Yeah, the north being picked up here by Jinxie, and now what was only a lone pair, a lone Dora? That was a pair, and you can use the pair itself, or you can triple it up maybe. We'll see if the Dora comes off of Raph's hand. And that is 1 away for Jinxie, by the way. We could also take the 6 and 9 pin to wait on north and green.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Wrath holding the north tile. Wrath is the north player. So, because it is his win, he's incentivized to hold it for a little bit longer, since it's Yakuhai. I wonder if he'll be willing to pair away on it at the very end of all of this, though. Or if he's going to discard it and Jinxie calls it. If he doesn't...
but we do have Tempai here for Daji, waiting on the 6 and 9 Mon.
That's right. If Wrath doesn't discard north soon, it might end up dealing in if Jinxie's Tempai.
Ooh, there it is. Tempai for Jinxie on the 6 and 9 pin. So similar weights here for Daji and Jinxie, except in different suits, and Jinxie's hand is worth much more.
Yeah, this is balancing on a knife's edge. Even Wrath is 1 away from Tempai. KUC is also one away from Tempai for 7 pairs. So all of our players here very close to winning this hand.
It could be anyone's hand. There are still a lot of tiles for Dadzi to draw. Looks like not quite yet. And KUC potentially keeping this 9-pin. Oh, but Jinxie draws the 6-pin himself, and that's going to be 8,000 points.
That is a huge hand. I am not sure if it puts Jinxie in first or second, but it's one
actually,
of those
I
two.
think it's actually okay. It's second because Dodgzy pays half of it, so pays 4,000 points because he was the dealer. That's the double-edged sword we were talking about before, and Raph just barely hanging on to the first place by a measly 400 points. It's anyone's game right now, and KUC is still dealer. He could make this repeat comeback. We'll see.
Yep. The best place to be if you're in last place is the dealer. It allows you to make the most points, and sometimes when you're in first place, you actually don't really want to be the dealer, just because you have to pay out more on other players' sumos. But for last place, you definitely want to be the dealer.
How about Raph going to be tripling up on the Red Dragon for a quick hand here? We'll see if he can manage to pick up the rest of his hand from Jinxie.
This is an interesting situation. Wrath has made a fast call, and that makes other players a little worried that, especially as first place, Wrath can win any size hand. Making a second call, players have to be worried that Wrath's hand is extremely fast here. But us, with the ability to see all the tiles, we know that Wrath's hand is actually pretty slow here, but it's got to be putting pressure on all these players.
Yeah, we'll see if that decides, if that makes them make different decisions. Yeah, still 2 away, so it's very unusual that you see 2 calls being made and still being 2 away. But yeah, that is the case for Wrath. And it looks like there's a pawn from Jinxie as well, hoping to pick up some speed. There's also a chi from Dodzy, and now KUC, who's hoping to make a lot of dealer comeback, a lot of dealer repeats for the comeback, has got to be worried.
Yeah, unfortunately, KUC really here the only player who does not have a Yaku that can be opened. KUC really has to either get the East or the Green Dragon, and has not drawn a pair of them even. Just has singles of both.
Ooh, and another chi for Jinxie. Unfortunate, KUC just has been discarding the exact tiles everyone has needed to progress their hands.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for KUC, especially because they're not really drawing that many of the tiles that help them fix their own hand.
Yeah, Jinxie there was getting close to Tempai. Well, was still 2 away, but now he drew another tile that helps him. So now he's 1 away. We'll see if he manages to make it.
In fact, a lot of the tiles that KUC could be using, like that 3-so that was pawned by Jinxie, just in other players' hands or in other players' melds, and it's going to make it pretty difficult. Might see the end of this game here.
Yeah, Ref picks up the Tempai here, and that could be his first place. We'll see though. Jinxie could still make it. He has pretty much all of Ref's tiles that he needs to win. The 3s and 6s of bamboos. And KUC picks up a triplet of the 9.
Yeah, KUC definitely thought a lot about the Formon call, sort of going for a Hail Mary 4-5-6 mixed triple sequence. Decides against it and did draw a good tile, but now is stuck with that 8-so.
Ooh, and Jinxie picks up Tempai. We'll see. This 8-so could deal in. It does not. This 5 could also deal in for Wrath. Looks like first to keep the 3-6.
Yeah, some good discipline and shape recognition.
With that sumo for Jinxie! That hand, even though it's not a lot of points, it does put him in first, and that will be the end of this game. Wow, so close, down to the wire.
Whew. Jinxie pulling it off in the very end, and that's sort of one of the reasons that Jinxie called so fast and so early, the pawn on the 3-so, because Jinxie did not need more than 1,000 points. So that means any hand that Jinxie got would have put them in first. And so speed is the most important thing at that point in time. And so we can see Jinxie using that speed to get the win, sumoing their tile at the very end. First with that plus 21.8. Wrath ends up in second even after his commanding lead. with plus 9.7. We've got Daji in third with minus 3.4, and unfortunately for KUC, fourth with minus 28.1.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for KUC, but that's gonna be it for this game. I wonder if we still have some other games going on though.
It's time to take a look. That was indeed our longest game of the round. So the other players were a little more expedient and finished their games before this one. There were quite a few dealer repeats on this one. There were a couple draws that went all the way to the end. And so we do have our scores coming up shortly.
All right, let's see what the other players got up to and see yeah, what their scores were. We saw a pretty close game here on this table, but maybe the other ones were much more one-sided.
Alright, just hang with us as we receive the scores from our elves in the back room here.
The production crew.
That's right. Wonder if they prefer elves or production crew. Alright, they are in and they are hot off the press.
Nice, let's take a look. So yeah, the game that we just saw was the elimination round 1 for the top 8. They're going to play another game, and then after that we will decide, we will see who gets to continue and who gets to go home. The game that we just watched was the first one there on the top left, Jinxie, Wrath, Dodzy, and KUC. As you already said, Jinxie at 21.8. Wrath taking second at 9.7. Dodzy not taking that bad of a third actually at minus 3.4, and KUC unfortunately at minus 21.8.
And we can see on our other tables to fill all of you at home in, Light Pink Yoshi with the first place 23.3. Ajmer plus 10.3, Resco minus 6.7, and Unluck minus 26.9, rounding out that table. Dork Sport won their table 21.7, Paradisius plus 10.8 in second, Azarez third with minus 6.2, and Juchan rounding that one up with minus 26.3. And on our final table, Among Noon 32.9 in the black, Bobolite 21.9 in the black, Flanster minus 21.0, and Kobugi unfortunately 33.8 in the red on that last table. That will put them in the bottom spot, I suppose.
Yeah, and it looks like the last table there was the most dynamic, right? The highest and the lowest scores.
That's right. So, just to make it a little easier to see the complete standings, we've got the scores here.
Alright, so we have Omo Noon, Light Pink Yoshi, Bobolai, and Jinxie taking the first. Dork Sport actually took a second there, but it was a pretty good second. So, oh wait, maybe that was the first. Anyways, they're pretty close, all within 0.1 of each other. And then we have Paradisus, Ajmer, and Rafasas there as 5th, 6th, 7, and 8th actually. And then the negative scores, we have Dodzy, Azriz, and Resco at 9th, 10th, and 11th. Flanster, Juchan, Unluck, and KUC and Kobugi at the very end.
So, these are... it's almost symmetrical in a way. The plus 32.9, the minus 33.8. There's no one player sticking out too far, and there's no one player at the bottom quite too much, but there is only one more game to go before the cutoff point, so it's going to be very close.
Yeah, but if we think that, let's say Wrath is the cutoff point at minus 9.7, plus 9.7, then Kabugi and KUC and Unlock and Juchan, they have a lot of work to put in. Meanwhile, Omo Noon, Light Pink Yoshi, and Bubble Eye, the people who got over 20 pretty much, have a pretty reasonable spot here, and so they might not be, they might not need to risk as much to make it back, right? But that might actually influence the play a lot.
That's right. And as a result of these scores, I should say, these are going to be the tables. As mentioned in the format, the tables are seeded based on the scores in the first game. And so here we have Omungnun, Wrath, Dazi, and Kobugi on table 1, Light Pink Yoshi, Ajmer, Azarez, and KUC on table 2, Bobulai, Paradisius, Resco, and Unluck on table 3, and then Jingxi, Dorksport, Flanster, and Juchan on table 4.
Alright, and I don't think I'm casting the next game.
That's right. Indeed, to help me with these next tables, we've got maybe a new face. Maybe some of you know him, maybe some of you don't. But please welcome Curly to the stand.
Hey, everyone out there, how's it going? I'm Curly. Yeah, I'm Curly, and today we have some amazing Mahjong for you today. We've already seen a slobber knocker of a game. Woo. And there's plenty more Mahjong where that came from.
All right. But now, before we get into the next game, it's time for our first draw. Our first draw for all you lucky viewers out there. It's time for you to make your lucky strike. That's right. The lucky strike draw is here in the live stream. I've got a question for all of you here in chat. If you answer it in the live chat, you'll have a chance to win the special acrylic picture stand. So you saw all of our tournament competitors from 1st to 6th will be receiving the special acrylic picture stand. And now's your chance to win it as well. So my question for you this time is, what's your favorite character in Mahjong Soul?
Ooh,
Who's
good
your
question.
favorite character in Mahjong Soul? Answer it in the chat right now for your chance to win the special acrylic picture stand. What about you, Curly?
Ooh, so my options are a little limited on this. I have not put much of my money into the game, so my options are only Ichihime and Miki. And out of the two, it's gonna be Miki. Miki's emotes are just top notch. I love doing amazing plays and then hitting them with the T emote like it ain't no thing.
sipping on your victory.
It's just a casual day of Mahjong. Ooh, we're getting a lot of answers coming in on the chat.
Yeah, this is quite a few. I'm seeing a lot of different characters here. I don't quite want to bias our viewers yet, but my favorite Mahjong Soul character is Sarah. Sarah, the dancer of Cassiopeia, visits Mahjong Soul Shrine mostly to pet and bug Ichihime. You know, in the lore, it seems that Ichihime is a little uncomfortable with how upfront Sarah is about her love for cats. If she's the one character, it seems like, that can put Ichihime off her game. Like, Kaguya-hime is always bugging Ichihime, and they have a sort of rivalry, but she's willing to fight back against Kaguya-hime, and she's always got something to say against the small bunny girl. But with Sarah, it's almost like Sarah can finally get the upper hand on Ichihime and keep her from bugging people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As a owner of 3 cats myself, I definitely know the joys of annoying the cats whenever they don't want it.
So as a reminder, answer the question in the chat, and don't forget to like the video here, like the live stream if we're doing a good job, show some appreciation, and subscribe to the Mahjong Soul official Yostar channel in order to see more updates on giveaways like this, new events, and all sorts of collabs coming down the pipeline for you.
That's right, that's right. Ooh, we're getting a lot of answers in. We'll give it a little bit more time for people to get their finals answers in.
That's right, that's right. We have some of our other commentators here who also have their own opinions on their favorite characters. I think Irie, who's just left, wanted to come back to share something with us.
You won't get rid of me so easily. I'm still here. And my favorite character probably has to be Ayako. She is, she has a passion for dolls, and so do I, as a doll myself. And of course, she has Mastema sealed in her left hand. I just love all of her lore. She's probably, yeah, she has to be my favorite character. And I also love her emotes.
Yep, to this day, it's still a mystery who or what Mastema is, or what it even does, whether it gives good or bad luck to Mahjong players, and how it affects Ayako's draws on the tiles.
Alright, it looks like we are done accepting answers. We are choosing our winner, and we'll have that posted up on the slide momentarily.
That's going to be very interesting. In the meantime, Pio, do you have a favorite Mahjong Soul character?
Oh yes, I do. It's actually kind of like serendipity. So my favorite character is actually the first character that I rolled. And originally I was rolling really hard to get Yui, because I liked her emotes a lot, but I ended up getting Nareshiko. And she ended up being my favorite character. You know, I'm a big fan. You know, she drinks beer. You know, I like beer. And she has like the big, like the older sister vibes. And yeah, I hope whoever the winner is, they pick Nareshiko as well.
Oh, and it looks like we have our winner chosen.
Drum roll, please. All right, congratulations to Managua.
Yeah, congratulations.
Email mjs.cs@yo-star.com with the name, the shipping address, the URL of your YouTube channel. So if you click your avatar in the top right of your YouTube webpage, select your channel and copy your URL. Send that all to Yostar at the address written there in an email, and you will receive your acrylic picture stand. Congratulations on winning.
Yeah, good job. Congratulations.
All right.
I'm really interested to see what those end up looking like.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see as well. Maybe you can send out some pictures on Twitter, Instagram, or other social media after you've received it. We always like to make sure that everything is shipped well and that you're happy with your prize.
Yes, us casters unfortunately are not eligible for this award as much as we want to be, but we get to potentially live through the victory vicariously through you if you post it on any social medias, and be sure to tag the all of the Mahjong Soul socials when you do.
Yes, congratulations again, Managua. I hope I pronounced your name properly as well. So our games have gotten underway, but to ensure that no foul business takes place, there is a 5-minute delay. And so,
That's right. So we have, hi chatters, we have a bit of time to talk about Mahjong, talk about the games that we just saw. I was watching along with all of you guys, and that was a very interesting game of Mahjong. I kind of want to take a moment to point out some of the lines of plays that people were doing. The environment that we have here in this tournament is definitely very different than what you experience on the ranked server, where normally if you're a little down behind and you want to get some points, you may just be trying to shoot for maybe just a second place so you don't lose any points. Or maybe if you're in first place, you want to play a little more defensively to ensure that you don't lose it. But I've been noticing a lot of the players are trying to go for very big value hands to try to get as many points as possible to win the overarching tournament, not just the game that they're playing.
I
And
agree
that's
with you there. I am bringing up one of the interesting plays from the previous game now.
ooh.
We have time, I think, for one play.
We got replays? Let's go.
And here we were, I believe. Look at all those repeats, honestly.
Oh yeah. That this game was a slobber knocker.
Yeah, I believe it was here in South 2 as we move down the list. We had a nice template here for Jingxi.
Yes, I did make note of this one.
You can see here. Oh, I skipped one turn too far. But that tile is red. That
They
five-
had the opportunity to win the hand right here.
Yeah, and they chose not to. It's kind of interesting. Of course, you can see how close they are to mixed triple sequence here. So very close. It's very tempting to just go for the. It's very tempting to just go for the mixed triple sequence. You know, the pinfu maybe. It's worth way more points compared to this one Han win right here. And so we can see Jingxi passed it, looking for something better. Especially in this situation where there's only one more game to play after this and you gotta make top 8. But, unfortunately, as the case may be, not enough time.
That's one of the really hard things about playing Mahjong, especially at the highest levels, is trying to weigh the value of opportunity cost of trying to go for the small value hand that you have right now, just so you get points in general. Or do you try to greed for the bigger hands? There's no clear good answer one way or the other.
That's right. That's a pretty good what would you do situation, I suppose.
Oh, I love doing those.
Yeah, we can see another benefit of following the Mahjong Soul Twitter is that you will receive Ichihime's What Will You Do?
Ooh.
She's got a series that's been going. Not only does she do What Will You Do's, but she also shows really fancy hands from great Janchi. You can post your hands to Mahjong Soul's Twitter and you may see yourself featured.
That's awesome. I love doing the sort of thing because I'm relatively new to the scene and new to Mahjong compared to everyone else. I've only been playing for about a year and a half. I'm closely coming up on 2. But we have some people who've been playing for many, many years longer than me, even like full decades longer than me. And just being able to see what those high-level players are doing and, you know, kind of shadow playing behind them, looking at what they discard, and then just talking to myself of, would I make that play or wouldn't I?
Speaking
Ooh, are
of
we finally in a
making
game?
Plays, our games have begun, and here we've got Resco in the dealer seat, Bobolai as our first South player, Unluck across the table as West, and Paradisus as our North player. So 4 new players we haven't seen on stream yet.
That's right. And looking at the player's hand, we have 2 players, Resco and Unluck, already with a pair of dragons in hand, and Unluck's able to pick up the white dragon right there. They're going to really accelerate their hand, try to potentially go for speed. They also do have the East pair in hand that may come out and add some little bit more value to their hand. Okay,
Yeah,
gonna pick up a West.
The red dragons here, it's interesting decision. Resco had a lot of pairs, so maybe would call the red dragon, but there's also the chance of going for 7 pairs that you lose as soon as you make a call. And now that Resco has 1, 2, 3, so may push them more towards calling the red dragon for a quick hand.
Yeah, they discard that east to help form their 5/6 bamboo sequence, but it feeds right into Unlucky. Unlucky is one tile away from a Tenpai, so it's gonna be on the other players to try to form their hands before Unluck does.
Yeah,
And
Unluck here does not have a pair, so that's gonna slow them down a little bit. Although your favorite time.
Do we have it? Is it time? Do it. Is it time? No! We're saving it.
Yeah, Unluck seems to be saving it for a half-flush here. Very interesting. It's going to be a lot slower without that really good 7-8 so shape.
For those who don't know me or who didn't get a chance to read my slide, I am a big fan of Con. I consider myself a content creator. So anytime there is an opportunity for cons, that is just what I am all about. That's where I get a lot of fun out of this game.
Yeah, cons are always a lot of fun. You find new Dora, you get more Fu, which can give you more points. And
they cut it!
none for you this
No
hand.
con for me yet, but it is still early. There's still plenty of time for more cons.
This is very interesting. I think it's probably the Ricci that made Unluck decide not to con, rather.
Conning is definitely not always the best choice, but is the most exciting choice. But you're not trying to go for excitement, you're trying to go for W's here. And just like that, Paradisus is able to pick up a W on their own by picking up the 8 of characters for a nice 9k sumo. That was a really big hit to start the lobby.
Yeah, that was a very solid Ricci for value and a really nice sumo. Sometimes you just gotta give the wall a little bit of credit for helping you out.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and also considering the luck that we have here, Retsuko within the first turn is able to secure their Northwind Yaku.
Yeah,
and they also have 2 Dora in hand, 3 Dora.
That's right. Sometimes it flies under the radar, but when the red 5 is also the regular Dora, as we can see here, it's worth 2 Dora.
Get it. Ooh, a nice little 7,700 points, and this game might go a lot faster than the last one. We're already in the East 3.
This is
we are speed running some Mahjong here.
I think I'm feeling a little bit of whiplash in my neck because I was used to the dealer repeats. I was used to grinding along, and now we're in like we're in a sports car. We're at the races. Already East 3.
The wall giveth and the wall taketh, and right now the wall is giving us some very fast Mahjong.
Oh my goodness. No dealer repeats either. I mean, that does make them worth less, but it also makes the game move faster. So it's an interesting dichotomy where if you win when you're not the dealer, you don't win as many points, but there's less hands left over for people to actually try and come back.
Yeah, that's always as we were mentioning before, trying to weigh opportunity cost. That's another thing about this game that I just find so fascinating is, do you try to go for as many quick hands as you can to try to end the game early, or do you try to set up for more hands to get more points? But then you might give your opponent opportunities to get hands in reverse.
Yeah, there's a perfect example of that in our replay of the last game. Jinxie weighed the opportunity cost, said, I don't want 1 Han here, I'm looking for 4, maybe 6 Han off of a Ricci with the mixed triple sequence. Just didn't get it in that game. Because this is the last game now. Jinxie knew there was only 1 more game.
This is the do or die game. You have to try to get as many points as you can, because if you fall into a 4th here, you're most likely not making the cut. That's so right. This is going to be a very cutthroat game.
And I should clarify, it's not the last game of the day. It's the last game before top 8 cutoff. There's only 2 games before each cutoff, but we do have 2 more games today. We will be going down to top 4. So we will have our top 8 players right after this, as well as more chances for you, the viewers, to win. The lucky draws are not over, and our gift codes are still waiting in the wings.
Ooh, and now coming back into this game, we see Bobolai had a potential for a big dragon hand, but decides to cut it short with just calling the green dragon, discarding their other dragon setups. But they have a potential for a half flush. Ooh, they're going to call the 1, 2, 3 of dots. Oh, but they're going to discard the 5. They're favoring trying to get into Tempai than trying to go for the bigger hand. Bobolai is trying to favor speed as opposed to big hands.
あ、それポン。
Bobolai's hand is small, true. But this is another sort of small and interesting hand from Unluck. Unfortunately, Resco holding all the tiles, but might deal in.
This is so Unluck seems to be going for the mixed triple sequence on the 3, 4, 5.
That's right.
They called the 1 triple, exposing their hand, and they can't have a all simples hand. So 3, 4, 5 is the only legal hand that they can go for to actually win. They have it right now, or they're 1 tile away. They just need the 4 bamboo. Unfortunately, all 4 bamboos are accounted for in each of the players' hand, and if we've seen how previous players have been playing these hands, whenever there's a sense of danger, they tend to hold on to the dangerous tiles.
That's right. I think Paradisus is going to have to be sort of lured into discarding the Forso if we want to see it come out. Because Paradisus' hand so far is still a little bit far from Tempai. It's about 3 tiles from Tempai, and that's not really close enough to push such a dangerous tile.
Oh, but Bobolai top decks the 2 of characters!
シャンタ
Oh, they get full outside, that's right! Or half outside, rather.
That's right. You did say it was mostly a small hand. There was 1 extra Han that sort of snuck up on us, but even still, it's still only 1,000 points more.
Still only 1,000 points more. It's not going to change their position too much, but they are now much closer to second place than they were before. And sometimes you just got to take the wins where you get the wins. You don't know when you might get another opportunity.
Yep. I think Bobolai was sort of locked in there after calling that many tiles. There's not many maneuvers you can make there for value. There was 1 point where Bobolai could have changed their weight to the 1 Mon and the West, but it wouldn't have given Bobolai that many more points. Might have gotten just enough food again, another 300 points or something like that. But they decided that the 3 Mon was just too dangerous to discard and kept the original weight.
That's right. All right, looking around the hands, nothing too major, although Unluck does have a Dora that is their win seat in hand. They're going to need another one. They're going to try to pawn it and try to collect that Yaku off of anyone else. And we'll see how they form their hand. They have a lot of dots. They could potentially push for half flush. But that's a hard thing to want to do, especially if you have that 4, 5, 6 in characters already locked in. You're so close.
Yeah, it's a move. I think we saw Daji go for that one time last hand, and it just ended up making Daji's hand much too slow, unfortunately, in that case. It might have worked out, I mean, but Daji unfortunately was not able to draw or call their tiles fast enough, and we saw Jinxi actually sneak up on that previous hand to win it. Even got the Dora pair, and Wrath dealt in that last Dora. That was a pretty memorable hand.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Oh, but Resco, Call, and Ricci looks like they are on a 5 and 8 of bamboo weight. The hand looks to be just a Ricci Pinfu, but they could hit that red 5. It is still out there.
They have a red 5 in their hand, so the second red 5 would actually push them up to basically 4 Han or 5 on a sumo. It's basically a Mangan at that point.
Yeah, they could get some really big value out of this one. Ooh, Unluck drawing a potentially very dangerous 7 of bamboo, decides to get rid of their Southwind. That might be the next set of discards, but they can't discard when Retsuko just tops deck the win?
Yep, found an Uradora here, and that pushes it up to the Mangan level. Normally, the Sumo and Pinfu together gives you only 20 Fu, and on 4 Han, that comes up to 5,200 total. So 1,300 from non-dealers and 2,600 from the dealer. So normally the difference between 4 and 5 Han is not that much, but this 5th Han here, because it was only 20 Fu, is actually worth quite a few points. So that Uradora really paid off for Resco.
Ooh. Alright, so this hand's getting really interesting. We have Paradisus already calling the white dragons. They have the green dragons in hand. But Resco has the South Wind pair and a Dora West Wind pair. This could potentially be a very explosive value hand.
Yeah, one thing to notice is because the West is the Dora, that means the South is in the Dora indicator, which means there's only one left. We do see it, so fortunately it's not in the dead wall. Unluck, we'll see if Unluck is willing to discard it or not.
It's just burn it. That is the unfortunate thing you have to think about in this situation, is that if you hold on to that South too long, you're neutering your own hand, and at last place you can't afford to just play defensively. Oh, and Retsuko picks up the quick win with 2 Dora.
Yeah, that
is gonna get
pretty nice. It's good speed. Didn't quite hit the Mangan, but I mean, Resco got a Mangan last hand, so anything to keep the lead alive and the dealer.
Yeah, they're keeping their dealer streak alive, which is what's important about that win. And their hand is already almost done.
This is a stroke of luck for Resco. If I remember correctly, I don't think Resco had a positive score out of the first game, so
it's not quite a double Reachy, but a turn 2 Reachy is still really good, and everyone at the table is emoting at their luck.
Yeah, after seeing a Mangan and then a dealer's 3 Han so quickly with 2 Dora, and then a turn 2 Reachy, sometimes you gotta wonder if the game is unfair.
The epic highs and lows of Reachy Mahjong. You love to see it.
Yeah. But this could be the advance. This could be the boost that Resco needs to make it through the top 8.
It is a pretty good weight. They have a 2 and 5 of characters. We'll see if the other players try to just hold on to those potentially dangerous tiles. The danger of doing a Reachy this early is, as if you don't hit it within the first row or so, as the game goes on, everyone has a map of what is safe against you.
Right, but at the same time, for those early turns, they've got no idea of what's safe against you. It looks like so far these other players have managed to wade their way through without dealing in, and in fact, that's another Tempai.
Yeah, Boboi's in Tempai. But it doesn't matter when Retsuko just has all the dealer luck in the world.
Huge! Another Uradora for Resco here. That's gonna bump it up from 3,000 to 6,000 points. So basically another doubling of their value.
If you're Resco here, you are just over the moon with this, because not only are you in first place, you are winning first place with a huge point lead, which is going to help you carry over and potentially keep you out of elimination. I don't remember what place each of these players are, but you don't want to try to cut corners. You don't want to try to win by thin margins. You want explosive, big, gigantic leads.
That's right, and because the score is only halved going into top 8 and not completely nullified, any extra points you win here will be around for the next game.
It is a really cool. It is a very cool format. You have to think about not just the plays you're making right now, but how they affect your tournament performance as a whole.
Right, and it's a lot to think about in a game. It's hard enough looking at the players in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Bobolai was able to call the South triple. They are both the seat and the game win, so that's going to be worth 2 Han right there. There doesn't seem to be much other value in their hand, but they're trying to get this dealer off. They're trying to get the current dealer off of it, and then get dealer next round.
That's right. There's 2 extra repeat counters, so I mean that's 600 points. Not much, but it's something.
That's not nothing. It adds up.
Yeah, it might be enough on a decent sized hand, especially with that red 5 draw to take Bobolai up into second place.
Ooh, that's pretty sweet. Oh no, they discard the 4! There it is!
Yeah, that's sort of the
Nam.
downside of being in a bad position with only one game to go. You're in last place, you can't afford to play too many safe tiles, and of course...
Yeah, you're just forced in a really unfortunate situation, and we made the comment before, unluck living up to their name.
Yeah, unlucky. They were one tile away from 4 concealed triplets, Suanko. They were one tile away from Tempai for that, I should say. And so it makes sense that they try and deal, and they end up dealing in, unfortunately.
All right, but maybe their luck might turn around. They have a pair of green dragons in hand, and they already have 2 Doras secured. And they could potentially get a really big hand out of this if they try to go for some sort of all triples hand. Could be a potential route.
Are they going to do it again? Are they going to go for 4 concealed triplets again? Even without it, at least this hand actually has more value with the pair of Dora and the pair of green dragon. So even something like a 3 concealed triplets with 3 Dora or a green dragon or both could wind up at like a Haneman or a Baimon to get them out of last place.
Yeah, you at this point you need to go for the biggest strategy that you can to dig out from under this hole, because you do have a dealer turn coming up, but you never know how that's going to turn out, and the game is starting to slowly escape you. You got to start making plays potentially, just like Paradisu's making a play with this west wind call.
That's right. I think Paradisus was one of the ones who was in a better position from the slides. I actually do have the scores here. Yeah, Paradisus was in 6th place. So Paradisus just needs to sort of maintain.
And this seems to be the story of this game. Dealer Richi's left and right. Bobolai able to call a Dealer Richi waiting for a 4 and 7 of characters.
That's right. So Bobolai and Paradisus are 2 positive players from this game, and Unluck and Resco are 2 negative players from game 1. So Resco has a good score here, might be able to make it into top 8. Obviously, Unluck has to push, being negative in both the previous game and currently in this game.
Oh no. Bobolai gets the top deck. You're Unluck here. That's not what you want to see. That was one of the best hands you could have had for trying to make a comeback.
This is 2 hands in a row where they collected a number of triplets and just got stuffed before they could finish the right hand. Couldn't draw the right tiles in time.
I know that feeling. Yep, they're emoting. You hate to see it.
There's the emote. The emote that represents the feeling. That's one of the great parts about Mahjong Soul. You've got...
I do love the emo game that is in there. There are so many different emotes to express so many different emotions between all the characters. It's really good.
Yeah, a base, I think 9 per character, and then additional ones from outfits and fully bonding the characters. Some emotes definitely get more use than others.
True as that. Ooh, okay. Looking around here. Okay, I'm gonna be focusing a little bit on luck because they're the big underdogs right here. We're trying to root for them to try to make it interesting. And let's see, Paradisu across the way has already called the Red Dragons. They still need a little bit of help to get their hand into Tempai, but they do still have their Yaku secured.
That's right.
Where your Resco still needs to get a little bit of progress on their hand. They do have 2 Dora, but as a first place player, and with such a big lead, you're probably not going to make any drastic plays for fear of losing this first place.
Yeah, it's risk management is the best way I would put it.
It's a great way to reference it. Risk management. It's a skill that you have to learn and pick up through Mahjong Soul, and most of the time, you are going to learn it by getting destroyed along the way.
By taking the wrong risk. So hopefully next time, well, you never know. Sometimes the risk pays off, because the whole point is you can't avoid risk completely, or you will never win a hand. But
sometimes you gotta take some risks to make any progress.
Yeah, and it's a fine art of walking that line and determining what's worth the risk and what you should just pass on and play safe tiles instead.
Ooh. Unluck. Oh, that I was about to say Unluck is getting some nice tiles with their hand, but they might have to discard the 7 if they want to keep both of the 6 bamboo Dora. But they just picked up that 9, so they might be able to draw an 8 and utilize that dangerous tile that they would otherwise have to discard into Paradisus.
That's right. Unluck has had that 7 so for a little while, and it's going to be really interesting to see whether they hold both Dora to cut the 7 so, or whether they discard a Dora, which doesn't really look safe either, in order to
that looks
use
scary.
The 7, so.
Okay, well, they're getting out some 9s and gonna cut those. It'll be interesting to see if Paradisus picks up a tile that's near one of their pairs, and changes up their weight. That actually frees the way for Unlock.
Yeah. Maybe Unluck lucky here. I think the 7 soul's coming out. Can you believe it? From the discard, Paradisus
just in
did.
time! Just in time. The narrowest of thin margins that you get to see in these games when you're spectating is kind of crazy.
Yeah, you can't even really explain that play from a strategic point of view. All you can explain is that the flow of the tiles pushed the tiles in that way. And
It was just, just the magic of Mahjong. What else is there to say?
ended up being able to discard the 7 so at that point in time. We can see Resco here, as we were talking about risk management, has definitely made a few plays that moved their hand towards Tempai, but now completely destroying their hand to avoid dealing into either of these players. After all, there's no Dora visible. If we hide the hands here, Resco cannot see any Dora, and has got to be really scared of
I
other
would be
players
scared too.
holding Dora. So Resco folding, even though nobody reached. It's just with all the calls on the table, you gotta expect people to be in Tempai. 2 people in Tempai there.
2 people in Tempai. We're gonna have, I think this is our first exhaustive draw of the table.
I think you're right.
If I'm-
Yeah, it really is. The table has been going so quickly. Other than the dealer repeats from
Oh,
Resco.
there it is. There's that power up emo. Unluck now gets their dealer. This is their opportunity to turn it all around.
Yep, Unluck is charging ahead, not giving up. That's not the resignation umbrella. That's the umbrella of struggle. That's the umbrella of charging.
I call it the umbrella of determination.
That's a good word. I like determination.
It's a fantastic word.
Unluck determined to keep going here and not give up.
But they're gonna run into some challenges along the way. Resco calling the green dragon triple, and they have the white dragon pair in hand already, and they just draw it.
Crazy.
Oh no, my boy. All right, it's fine. It's fine. They could still potentially get out from under this, but it's looking really dire.
Yeah, one of the interesting situations is all the red dragons are still on the wall. Oh, but Resco, Tempai anyway.
Oh yeah, they're on the single pair weight. What's fun about this is because you're not committed to a block with that little tile, you can keep changing it up. And they actually might be able to make it an even stronger weight. Yeah, there it is. They have a half flush at the ready, and everyone is on notice.
Yeah, because Resco was in the bottom half of the players, they might be thinking that they need as many points as possible. So currently they're in first, but in a sort of really crazy scenario, they might end up not making top 8 even with this score. So by switching to half flush here, they get even more points, and we'll see if it pays off.
Oh yeah, and Unluck here, not even with a moment of hesitation, slams their Ricci as soon as they see the button. They know that's all that they have going for in this hand. They just have to hope it works out.
Yeah, even at one Han, Ricci only, even discarding the Dora because they were holding it, hoping to pair it up and didn't have it happen. They know this is their best chance to keep their dealer and their tournament hopes alive.
That's true. They are waiting on a 4 and 7 of dots. It's a pretty good weight, but it seems that most of them are either in players' hands or has already been discarded.
Yeah, I would say 3 of them in the wall is still pretty good odds.
It's Still pretty good odds, and there it is. That's the odds that you need. This is where it starts.
Yeah, Sumo's an
This
extra
is how
high.
it starts if you're gonna make this comeback.
That's right. But unfortunately, no Ura for unluck. Maybe they should name themselves Luck. Maybe that's all you need.
Maybe that's you know what? I like the name. It's a challenge.
It's true. They're playing Mahjong on hard mode, making themselves unlucky.
Mahjong just is already hard mode.
It's true. These are some interesting hands. Paradisus actually not bad, but can't really call any tiles. Unluck has a sort of middling hand, but was able to call that tile, and now might be the fastest simply by virtue of the fact that they can call tiles, and other players don't really have the Yaku to call tiles here.
That is true. And against a last place dealer, it definitely does change the dynamic on how the rest of the table plays out their hand.
Yeah, like we noticed in the previous hand, our player across, Resco, and the player on the left, Bobolai, both had Tenpai hands pretty early on. But just by unluck reaching, even though it wasn't worth that much, nobody else knows. All they know is that the dealer reached, and when the dealer reaches, it can be worth 12,000, 18,000 points. And so it actually convinced both of them to fold their hand, giving Unluck more time to draw their own 7-pin and make it to this next hand.
That's true. That is one of the hallmark things about the high-level players that I notice when I watch them is they are very good at understanding and knowing when to hold them and when to fold them.
Yeah, and by reaching so stoically, reaching so confidently, without even any hesitation, as soon as the tile was drawn, the Reachy button was pressed, a door was discarded. It makes people worry that you have a good weight, that your hand is worth a lot of points, that you didn't even think about reaching.
You just knew what you were going for and just slammed it.
Oh, but this
This
is
no.
tough.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Ooh. So, was that a read on that the tile is too dangerous, or are they trying to change their weight up for something a little better?
It
Because
looks like a read because it's very difficult to discard 4-pin on this table.
ピンフ
ooh, but they have to call the 6, 7, 8 of bamboo and have to discard the 4 of dots to try to progress, and that deals right into Resco's hand.
That's right. At some point, especially as last place, you can't afford to fold any more hands, and so efficiency has to take precedence at some point. You have to keep the tiles in your hand that are actually going to allow you to win, and the 4-pin just was not one of them in that case.
That's true. So now that we are going into the South 4, it is all last, but it is not the end. The story right now seems to be a battle for second place between Bobolai and Paradisu. Barring something super crazy, you never know, it might happen. That seems to be what's going to be the contention point of this final hand.
That's right. It's pretty important because Bobolai and Paradisus, or Paradisu, they were both positive. Bobolai did end up with more points than Paradisus in the first game, but
That's right.
they were pretty close to each other. So the shift in the position here is going to matter.
That's right. And how the scoring works for these kind of tournaments is you don't just take the points that you earned in the game and just be done with it. Depending on your placement, points are added and subtracted. So if you are top 2, points are added to your score, and if you are third or fourth, points are subtracted. So getting this second place with these two players already in a positive score is going to be massive.
Yes, that's known as the UMA, or the ranking points, the points you either receive or lose at the end of the game based on your position.
That's right.
Yeah, we see a lot of people very close or in Tenpai. Bobolai here not reaching. As we can see, the point margin so slim here that if Bobolai reaches, they would have less points than Paradisus, and they're probably very worried about that.
That is such a good thing to point out that a lot of people can potentially miss, is that you have to pay that 1,000 in order to reach it. And if it doesn't go your way, you may just be donating the sticks and forfeiting your position. I've I've done that more than once than I care to admit during ladder games.
I think every single 3 and 6 is accounted for. It looks like it. Yep.
That seems to be, yeah.
So it's gonna have to come from someone. Though Resco may be willing to discard theirs.
Yeah, they seem to be the one, that has the most potential to do it. That they don't need that many 6s for their hand. They're trying to go for speed, but they are in first place. I don't know how committed they are into pushing that hand, but they're actually just going to use the 6 of bamboo as their pair.
Yeah, really
and just
solid.
get around the whole thing. Now they're in Tenpai, waiting on the 5 and 8 of dots.
Yeah, and Unluck here also had the deal in top, but interestingly avoids dealing in. Bobolai also avoiding dealing in as well. No.
ロン
There.
捉えた
Well, Unluck being the kingmaker on this last hand.
Right. You can avoid dealing in as long as possible, but it's just an unfortunate end. An unluck end for Unluck there.
That is true. But a fantastic end for Retsuko here, getting a massive point boost to their score.
That's right.
Yep, Retsuko finishing off first place with 45,000 points, almost 46,000. Bobolai coming in second with 26,000. Paradisu in third with just above 24,000. And Unluck, there's always next year, Unluck.
Not even quite next year. The Catfood Bowl Minors happen more than once a year. So maybe even just next season, check back in again. And you may find yourself going further in the finals. However, this time that was not the longest game, and so we have other people to watch.
All right, let's see what the next table we're gonna look at is. It looks like 2 games have already been decided. The game that we just watched, and a table 3 has already been decided. And we're going over here into, I don't know what table this is, but we have Ajmer here is our dealer, and a South 4, Light Pink Yoshi, Ezrez, and KUC, who we saw in the previous round.
That's right.
With oof.
Oof.
Oh wow, they bullied KUC on this one.
Other than KUC, this is a really close match in South 4. Don't be too alarmed by the minus 4,600. There's still a very tense match going on here between the other 3 players. It's on a knife's edge, and this is maybe the last hand.
It looks to be. Yeah, we have Ajmer here calling a 1-2-3 of sequence. They already have the East Wind Yaku secured, and they just need one more tile to put themselves into Tenpai. And yeah, there's barely 3,000 point difference between first and third place.
It's not even just the points. All these hands are about the same distance from Tenpai as well. You couldn't write it up any better.
This is so close. And I'm sure the players aren't just thinking about how to win this hand. Are they going to also try to greed to get as many points to try to secure their spot into the top 8?
Tenpai for the dealer. That's always important in these kinds of close matches to be the first one to Tenpai. You never quite know 100% because you don't know other players' hands, but you can get a feeling when you feel like you're the first one to Tenpai.
Yeah, these last hands are always so exciting and dangerous because not many players don't have the luxury of folding, but it's not going to matter because Ajmer just tops decked the 4 of bamboo!
So that puts Ajmer in first. However, unlike normal ranked games...
What's this?
We have to keep going until the dealer is not Tenpai or doesn't win the hand. This is a common rule for tournament games over ladder games, known in Japanese as agaruyame, which translates to winning and then stopping. Normally, that's fine for ladder games in order to keep the games going and to keep you playing more. If someone's won then they've won. But in tournament games, to keep it balanced for everyone, the winner cannot just stop as soon as they're winning. They have to play it out until the dealership is properly relinquished, which means Azarez and Light Pink Yoshi have another chance at first. Technically KUC does as well, but it's going to take a lot more for them.
Yeah, this position is always interesting to me, because as the dealer, you are in first place. You are winning the game. But is it actually in your best interest to win this hand? Because you're going to have to keep going. Maybe potentially you're giving other players opportunity to pass you in future hands. There's a lot of things to consider. I think they are just going to go for as many points, as many wins as possible, because their point value does matter in the end. The more points they get, the better it's going to be. But it's definitely something to consider, especially in ranked games.
Yeah, and that's the general consensus from, well, Mahjong's it's not the oldest game, but it sure is an old game. It's not like it was just released last year. The general consensus is, even with a rule like this, if you choose not to win, or if you relinquish a hand, you give the other players the opportunity to come back from behind and beat you. So let's say Ajmer chose to discard only safe tiles and fold their hand from the very beginning. The other players would only need sort of 3 or 4 Han on a sumo in order to surpass Ajmer. As the dealer, you do have to pay double for anyone who sumos, and so that makes it really hard to just relinquish a hand as dealer. So generally people do just keep trying to win until they have like a decent sized buffer, maybe like at least 10,000 points, usually even more.
Yeah, and the only buffer that they have is about 6,000, which is not a whole lot, but they did get into Tenpai first, it seems. Waiting on a 4 or 7 of Bamboo.
Right. And
Yeah, it seems that they're going to be just winning off of these small nickel and dime hands.
but every hand, as you said, is another chance for the challengers to come back. If I check the standings real quickly for this game, I can get the current placements.
All right, and
Yeah,
let's see
Light
what
Pink
everyone
Yoshi
knows.
was the winner of game 1. So Light Pink Yoshi is ahead on this table. Ajmer was second. Azarez was third, and KUC unfortunately was fourth on the first table. We did see that game, so that one not too much of a surprise to the viewers. But
All right,
also,
Ajmer took a
unfortunately,
bit of
fourth.
time with thinking about that one.
Yeah, the closer the time gets to the end, not the time, but rather the amount of tiles remaining. The less tiles there are, the easier it is to just fold as the leader, because there's less chance for other players to win.
That's true. It is also something to note that when points matter in this tournament format, and the fact that no one can actually end the game by busting out another player, there is just an infinite well of points that these players can draw from.
That's true, but there's only a finite amount of time, so...
You could only be at that well for so long.
Hopefully they don't keep taking points from KUC. That would be hard to see. KUC's developed something very interesting.
Do you see what I see from KUC?
I sure do. Oh my goodness.
That's their shot.
This could be story time.
So for the chatters out there who don't know, KUC is going to be going for one of the legendary Yakumen, the 13 Orphans, which requires them to have one of each terminal and honor, and one of those being a pair as well. It's a very hard Yaku to get. You can't call any tiles from anyone else. You just have to rely on the luck of the draw to form it.
That's right. Fortunately for KUC, a lot of their tiles that they need, for example, those easts, there's a lot of those in the wall. The 9 mod, there's a lot of those in the wall. And then the green dragon, there's still 2 in the wall, so KUC still has a pretty good shot.
Yeah, they're only 3 away, right? if I'm counting it right.
Yeah. 3 away from template.
Yeah, but they need very specific tiles to do it. They just need that 9 of characters, one of them already being discarded, and they need, as you said, the green dragon and the final wind. 2 of the green dragons have already been discarded, so it's starting to not look as doable, but with that west wind pair, they have their pair secured.
It's actually the north they need. I misspoke there, but there's only 1 north left, so might be a little tougher. They do have the east.
I mean, it's the hand that they got. It's what they got to go for. You're down this bad. There's nothing else to do. You just have to pray for the miracle of the 13 orphans.
Exactly. Just have to see
but
if KUC can draw the time.
Oh, and just like that, Azarez is in Tempai with the Ricci. What are they waiting on? They're waiting on just a lonely 7 of bamboo, it seems.
That's right. There's still 2 in the wall. Light Pink Yoshi might end up discarding it at some point. So there's still quite a few chances for Azarez here.
Probably not now, since the 4 of bamboo was discarded. That paved the way for Light Pink Yoshi to recognize that that's a safe tile. They could just get rid of that and have that 5, 6, 7 of bamboo be their shape.
That's right. A very fortuitous turn of events for Light Pink Yoshi. That leaves 2 7s, so in the wall, 2 maybe be drawn. Let's see, this hand here, it's Ricci only, but it does have a door attached to it, so that's 2 Han. Sumo would be 3 Han, and I think would be enough for first place for Azarez.
If it's a top deck, I think you're right.
With all the Ricci stick, it might 3 Han Sumo might actually be a little short. Now that I calculate it completely. Yeah. Obviously, you get 1,000 back from your own Ricci stick, so instead of needing 8,200, it would be 7,200. Oh, it would do it, I think. We're about to find out. I don't have to do math anymore.
Yep, we'll let the computer do it for us.
No, it's
4,000
not 40
with the
fu.
extra? It's still... Oh, just barely not enough.
Not enough fu. A 40 fu hand would have done it, but a 30 fu hand, not quite.
It's crazy that some of these games can be decided by just the thinnest of point margins.
That's right. And at that point, I hope you guys have learned to count your fu.
Give me another week in a textbook, and maybe I'll get to it.
Yeah, because it mattered that game.
All right, and it looks like we still have 1 game going on, the last table. Let's see if we can try to get catch that one. It's in the South 4, it seems.
We are indeed on it. We are locked in, and we are flying you guys onto location now. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of 3-so, and they're shiny.
Oh, that's the shinish 3-so. And oh, Jun-chan has a potential for dragons, but the other green dragon pair is locked up in Dorkspot's hand. Dorksport, rather.
This is one of the craziest situations I've just fallen in. It's so rare you see 7 pairs with all 3 dragons, because you don't get anything.
It is 7 pairs!
Yeah, you don't get anything for having the 3 dragons inside a 7 pairs hand. But, I mean, it's already a half flush. It's a closed half flush. There's Dora. It's waiting on Dora. There's extra Condora. There's extra Conura Dora. And there's the tile.
Are they going to drop it? Are they going to push? They're going to do it!
I didn't even have time to analyze the hands enough.
7 pairs half flush. 2 Dora with it. You miss on the unders Dora. Still, I'm in direct hit.
Ooh, and that completely shook up the positions of the game.
Wow. I'm so glad we got to catch that last moment.
Yeah. Consider that Didn't get to talk much about it, but consider that just excitement. That's like the after dinner dessert right there. After digesting those 2 games fully, you just get some sweets. You just get some
the
some
nice
things.
little cherry on top of it.
Oh man. All right.
All
With
right,
that
and
being the last game, the results will be coming in. So in the meantime, what did you like about those games, Curly?
oh man, like I just love the decision making that we see from all these players. Really, like just the discipline on a lot of them to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, especially in these high pressure situations. I mean, I can barely make these decisions when there's just like rate points on the line, but when there's Amazon gift cards on the line, whoo! It is a crazy thing to think about. And I'm actually curious at what the chat thinks on this. This isn't a call for the contest. I'm just curious to see what your favorite parts of the tournament have been so far.
And we do have our results in. So let's see if some of your favorites made it through. Here we are after game 2, and mind you, this is just game 2, not total score. Ajmer on top in that game. We saw that crazy hand from the second game we were watching. Azrez second place in that game. Light Pink Yoshi in third, and KUC, unfortunately, everyone positive in that game, but it was a valiant attempt. You gotta go for broke when you're already behind, and sometimes it just happens like that.
Hey, they play to their outs, and that's all you can hope for.
That's right. Sometimes it's all about that risk management again. You have to take more risks when you need points, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. And in the first game we watched, Resco 35.9, Bobolai 6.0, Paradisus minus 5.9, and Unluck minus 36.0. We saw 2 chances where Unluck had 2 concealed triplets. Trying to go for the 4 concealed triplets Yakuman 2 times, just didn't come through. Juchan in that game we just saw, with all 3 dragons as pairs, getting the deal in from Flanster.
I've never seen that configuration before. That was actually really something special.
Yeah, first place there for Juchan. Jingxi second at 8.5, Dorksport third with minus 7.8, and unfortunately with that deal in, Flanster fell to the bottom of that table, minus 29.8. And on the last table, unfortunately we didn't get to look at it, but we have seen some of these players in the first game, like Wrath. Wrath scored first in the second game, plus 25.7. We got Kobungi second with 5.8, Omongnun third with minus 8.1, and Daji rounding up the rear, minus 23.4. Ooh.
Yeah, and we'll have the total scores slide up in here momentarily.
That's right. That last game that we didn't see, Wrath coming out in first, very interesting. Wrath was first almost the whole time in the first game, but unfortunately lost his lead near the very end with some really big comeback from the other players.
It truly does emphasize the point that even if you're in South 4, it is not the end. Anything can happen in these games. Any sort of big event can happen to swing the points around drastically.
That's right. And with those Game 2 results in, our cumulative scores are here. We can see our advancing players here in the green and our eliminated players here in the gray. On top here, we've got Ajmer at 38.9, Wraths in second at 35.4, Resco in third at 29.2, Bobolai in fourth at 27.9, and then we've got Light Pink Yoshi, Omongnun, Jingxi, and Dorksport rounding it up. Dorksport, that cutoff mark 21.7. can see a couple other players that were actually positive. Azure is 12 plus 12 and Paradisus plus 4.9. Unfortunately, just having a positive score was not enough this time to make it through to the top 8. We needed at least 21.7 here.
It just goes to show like how cutthroat this competition is. You not only have to win your games, you have to win them big, because all these other players around you are probably going to be winning big as well. So you're not just playing against the players that are in front of you at the table. You're technically still playing against everyone else in every other table.
Yes, and that's why we saw some people, even though they were first, going for even more points, maybe reaching even when they're in first. You saw those dealer repeats. And congratulations to our top 8 here. Also congratulations really to the eliminated players as well for getting into the top 16, making it through that difficult scramble phase, and you know, even before the scramble phase, making it through the selection process with the high ranks from the original ladder rank, because making it to Master 2 and maybe even higher is no small feat in order to qualify. The lower bar has been increasing as the skill of the EN server has been increasing as well. In the beginning, it was, you know, like expert, then it was master, and it's up to Master 2. And so this is really sort of a culmination of a lot of Mahjong skill has gotten them all this far. But unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to them for now.
Yep, just because sometimes you're just not lucky on today, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But as you said before, these players, very high level, very consistent to be able to even just qualify for the tournament, let alone be able to do well enough to make top 16. So we don't have an audience, but still, round of applause, congratulations to all the players that have made it thus far.
Our audience is out there on YouTube. Woo! But studio audience, well,
yeah, we don't have a clapping machine.
I'm a clapping machine. I'm a clapping machine.
A clapping fiend, even?
I don't know if I'd go that far. And as a reminder, the scores are halved going into the top 8.
Yep.
And so
okay.
we can see this makes them really close. I think there's a slight error with Ajmer's score there. It should be above Wrath's. But other than that, they're pretty good. I think Ajmer is actually 19.45, if my math is correct.
All right, yeah, but yeah, the point discrepancy now is not that big at all.
Yeah, between first and 8th, it's less than 7 points. So no excuses. Everyone's got a really good shot.
Yeah, it's got a really good shot. I think that this point discrepancy, it may not matter for those trying to qualify who may do well enough to get first and second, but to try to hit that final top 4, that 3rd and 4th place, I think this is where these points that you got earlier in the game or early in the tournament is going to really make a difference.
That's right. And with our top 8 coming up soon, it looks like we will have to say a goodbye to Curly for now. Curly will be back later and bring in our next commentary crew for the first game of top 8. Anything you'd like to say before you go, Curly?
Thank you so much to all of my lovely people out there who have been watching, enjoying my commentary. This is a new venture for me, and I hope you all enjoy it. If you want to catch more of me, you can check out my Twitch at twitch.tv/curly_ttv. You can catch me on Mondays fairly regularly, and I also post content on YouTube on Mondays as well. You can check that out at youtube.com/@curly_ttv.
All right.
I got a banger of a video next week. Y'all ain't ready for it.
All right. It's time to take this guy out. Take this guy out on the pitch. We're bringing in our new commentary squad. We've got Pio. Say hello to Pio, everybody. You may have heard him before, giving you his favorite character, but now we introduce him properly. Hi, Pio.
Hey Tips, glad to be back. I'm so thankful for Yostar for having me back again, and Curly will be back a little bit later, so you haven't seen the last of him. Yeah, I'm so excited to be casting these games and just to see, this top 8 advanced level play. I can't wait.
All right, and we have Irie again. Irie has introduced herself, but everyone, hi Irie.
Hi, hi everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I told you you weren't gonna get rid of me that easily, and I'm back.
All
Back for
right.
more Mahjong.
Now, before the top 8, we've got a gift for all the viewers out here.
Ooh.
This
Even for me?
one, even for you. This one is claimable by everybody. It's our gift code to thank you for watching the elimination portion of Catfood Bowl Miner Lucky Strike. So you can claim this gift code in the browser client by clicking the settings, the little gear, going to others and gift code, and then putting this gift code in on the browser client. It will be in stream soon in the stream chat. You should be able to copy and paste it from there, or you can read it off the screen here.
Oh, XKGH3F7WR. Don't mind if I do. Let me see what we get. Am I allowed to say? Ooh.
We'll leave that
Okay.
as a as a surprise to our viewers as they redeem it on their clients. So it's just a little thank you from us at Yostar and for watching.
It is a pretty sweet gift for everybody that's
Yes.
watching. You can also tell your friends. Tell your friends also that the top 8's gonna start soon. So
That's right. Top 8 is beginning. Get them in. Like the VOD. Subscribe to Mahjong Soul official YouTube channel here to see more giveaways, events, collabs, and tournaments. It's gonna be very interesting.
And just in case, if you are on mobile trying to redeem it, it will not be there. I remember last time one of these gift codes, I spent a good 5-10 minutes looking on my phone because I didn't read. And so yeah, I believe it only works, shows up on the browser client.
That's right. You will need to use the browser client for this one, but no download necessary. Just go to the Mahjong Soul website and you can play online if you've been a mobile player. It's not too hard to at least just log in on the browser. Not a huge deal.
and also if you would like to copy and paste it, just to make sure, it is on the YouTube chat that you can see right now. It's pinned, I believe.
All right.
Yes.
And so one of the games was actually not included in the halving slide. So we are going to take a short break to clear everything up. As a lot of you would have noticed, the scores were not completely correct on that last halving slide. So we're going to take just a couple minutes to clean everything up, and we will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, again. Sorry about the technical difficulties. One game was not included in those final scores, but we are back with Pio, and Irie with the updated correct scores this time.
That's right.
All right.
Now we have the proper scores.
And so, fortunately, it looks like the same 8 qualify, but their scores look a little different.
All right.
Yeah.
So are they going to be different while halved as well, or were the halved scores properly set up?
The half scores are going to look a little different as well.
Okay.
Of course, and this does probably affect the seeding for the next table, so this is quite important. You know, maybe do what you do better here. You get placed with some people at a lower seed, and you know that it's a slight advantage, but it is an advantage. So I think the half scores are going to be showing up soon. Is that correct, Tips?
That's right. We still need a little time to just get the graphics
okay.
underway. The data's there, but the graphics are being fixed up now.
Okay, okay.
And then we'll get you some more Mahjong very soon. The top 8. First game of top 8. Game
Yeah,
3
it's
of the night.
exciting. All right. Yeah, it looks like the range of the half scores is gonna be from like plus less than 10 up to plus almost 20. So it's not that much of a differential going into the top 8. But it probably will make a difference. And it looks like it's up.
That's right. We do have our halved scores here. So as
Awesome.
we can see, Ashmere is still on top, but with the correct number now. Wrath's still in second. The biggest difference here is the 8th place player only has 6.95 after halving. So they do have a little bit of a bigger hole to climb out of. Dork Sport being 8th place in this time. That's going to be very interesting because 13 is definitely overcomeable. It's definitely easy to overturn, even in a single game. So it's still not that much. And the rest of our players are still within that 7-point gap in between first and, well, 7th place this time.
Yep, and you know we'll be able to see if this will make a difference. You know, maybe in like the end of the the second game of the top 8. You know, people are probably going to be pulling the calculators out, crunching some numbers, being like, oh, okay, I have this many points, this, that. I need this much, and I can't wait to go into seeing some more interesting decisions being made by some of these players. Like maybe Dork Sport might have to be a little bit greedier with some of their hands. You know, maybe go for like a Mangan or like a higher limit kind of hand because they're currently at the bottom, and you got to be top 4 in order to make the final table.
That's right. Even the ranking point differential, like first place gets an extra 15, second place gets an extra 5, third place loses 5, and fourth place loses 15. Even that is generally enough to overturn these scores. So just placing ahead of someone can be enough. Gets you 10 points on them. And considering the maximum distance here is only 13, everyone's got a really good shot. It's not just one game either. There are 2 games here in the top 8.
That's correct. Yep. And anybody's game at this point. Like we don't have like a person with like plus 50 or something like that here.
That's right. We are now simply waiting for our last fixed waiting for our last fixed stuff so we can see the new CDs for the
very
new
good
tables. That's right.
Yeah, nice, nice. I imagine it's gonna be what 1, 4, 5, 8, and 2, 3, 6, 7. If I'm correct, I might be wrong. But
We will
I
see shortly.
think they might be up. Yeah, and it'll be good to see who gets to play who. I'm excited to see some players that we have not got to spectate and commentate on, and maybe we'll be able to see some wonderful gameplay from them.
That's right. And because we only have 8 players, there's only 2 tables, so we only got 2 colors, blue and gold. Or is that white and black?
Oh no, not this again.
Depends in what light you look at it and what angle. But regardless, our 2 tables today are Ajmer, Resko, Bobolai, and Dork Sport. And for the second table, Wraths, Jinxi, Light Pink Yoshi, and Omungnun.
Amazing. What's up? Yeah, I'm excited to see both of these 2 tables. Either one, I'm sure they're gonna be high quality play. I'm not entirely sure. We haven't made a decision yet on which table we are going to watch. Do we know yet?
Well, we have a little bit of time. They're
okay.
getting started.
All right.
So
Excited for this one.
maybe we can ask
Maybe.
Chat, which game do you want to see?
Type table 1 for table 1 and table 2 for table 2.
By the way,
We reserve the right to arbitrarily choose. By the way, yes.
you were right. It is 1, 4, 5, 8 and 2, 3, 6,
Oh,
7.
nice. Yeah, like
different tables.
normal like snake draft kind of format.
So let's see. Of all these players, we've seen
Wrath, we've seen Jinxi, and I believe we saw Ajmer, right? Is that
yeah. I
correct?
think we've seen all of them, as far as I can remember. Although some of them might have only been for a very short time in that
Fractional
South 4
games,
with
true.
the 7 pairs half flush win on the
Yes.
Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we have seen all of the players. So
Okay. So truly random. I do enjoy. I do like that. A little bit of whimsy. All right. Well, while we wait, what would you like to talk about, Tips? Let's see.
Oh man, that previous hand right at the very end. I can get a little bit more time to dissect it here before the game starts.
Yeah.
We don't have that much time, but we can probably look at it a little bit.
Yeah, there was the con of the 3-so Dora.
Yeah,
always
we
a favorite.
got in there midway. Let's see how it at least started.
Yes.
Ooh,
There was
okay.
something I did want to talk about, like later in the hand. I think, I guess it was Dork Sport. Had the 2 green dragons, a Tuhatsu, and then
There they are.
There they are, and then had a choice. I think draws like a 3/6 pin. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll I think they draw a 3/6 pin and then they get into Tenpai. Yep, right here. Decides to not reach this.
Yeah,
and
that
so
was
this is
interesting.
It's a quite interesting wait. So you're waiting on the green dragons and the 4/7 mon of 4/7 characters.
That's correct.
I believe, and it's just interesting to see that Dork Sport did not call the Richi here, and now seeing that Juchan decides to Richi, it's like, oh well, maybe I just kind of keep this Tenpai, and if I decide to fold out, then I fold out, but it's rough. Right
Yeah,
here.
perhaps there was a points issue because I don't completely remember, but Dork Sport did make it in at 8th place. So
Okay.
even with
Yeah.
even with this hand ending with Juchan winning.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, I was actually kind of like, I was like, wow. I mean, for Flancer, you kind of have to cut that. Like, yeah, maybe not immediately at this point, but you have 4 Dora and you're going for all simples, right? You're going
Alright.
to eventually cut that white dragon, and like, you know, it's not looking any better. Maybe you cut like, I think they had some other options.
Yeah.
But
that
it
white
was
dragon
like,
is sort of it will always be there until you discard it. So you either cut it or quit on the hand. But it looks like our other games are underway, so we will be moving to them. This time with Irie and Pio.
Hi.
Very good, very good.
Thanks so much, Tips. And yeah, let's take it away. I'm excited to see it. The first game of the top 8.
Yep, me too. Let's just get into it. And I think we're going to table 2, but maybe we're in table 1. Who knows?
That's correct. Table 2.
All right, let's watch the Mahjong. I don't think we have seen much of these players. Oh, wait. Okay, in this table. Okay, yeah, we have seen Ref SS. We didn't get to watch quite a lot of Light Pink Yoshi. We did see Jinxie, though. But anyways, starting things off, we have Oak Noon in the first dealer. We also have Wrath as a second in South. Light Pink Yoshi there with a very fast hand. Already 1 away here with some nice shapes. And we have Jinxie going to be our last dealer in the North Siege.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, Light Pink Yoshi is gonna go with the quicker hand with, you know, it's just the East and, you know, 1 red Dora, 2,000 points, you know, can't be too upset. And that's a great draw for Omok Noon. Going to, yeah, increase the efficiency a little bit right there. Let's take a look.
And yeah, Light Pink Yoshi, as you said, starting off with a pretty decent hand here in Ace 1. We'll see if he can make it, but the dealer here is probably going to try to find this Richie somewhat soon. Maybe get a Pinfu.
And as we can see, Light Pink Yoshi did get the Tenpai, waiting on the 1-4 Mon. Fortunately for him, he doesn't know. They're all being held up by everyone else. Wrath has 3-1 Mon and a 4 Mon, but the 4 Mon might be.
Yeah, but yeah, Wrath pawns the tune and now drops the 4 straight into Light Pink Yoshi's hand. It's not that big of a hand, but Light Pink Yoshi has already done quite well and to start, you know, things off with. So even though the scores are halved, he does have a slight advantage. And so just winning some small hands, you know, perhaps just taking the chance away from someone else is a good place to be in. Raph here, going to be his first dealer, and he does have the pair of these to triple up and perhaps get a nice value hand here. Does have Dora too as well.
For sure, yeah. As dealer, you get what, double East and 2 Dora, and that's like what, 11,600 points. Like that's like nothing to scoff at. It's like solid. I imagine Wrath is just going to try to call this hand down as fast as he possibly can. Light Pink Yoshi with that clutch middle 8-so Dora draw. That like
yeah,
really
the 8-so draw really helps with the hand efficiency, the speed. Also, there is a possibility perhaps of the pure straight in Bamboo. But the main thing to note here is the pair of red dragons. Wow, Ref SS pulling off the ace from the wall. Going to not need to pawn it, so can still reach you, perhaps.
Yep, and yeah, you can see that Jinxie is technically Tenpai, but two of their outs, the 4-so and the 7-so, can't actually win off of them, and that's a great draw by Light Pink Yoshi, that 3-so. But back to Jinxie, needs the West, because otherwise they have no other Yaku, no other value.
Rough here, cheese the 7, now going to be 1 away. Discards the 4 Bamboo, but that actually cannot be 1 on because of, like you said, only the West works for Jinxie.
Yep. It's red, but it's totally fine. And yeah, Jingxi doesn't know that the Wests are just both in the wall. What's going to be interesting is if Jingxi draws the 4. Well, there's no more 4 bamboos anymore. But like if Jingxi draws like a 7-so, what they might do? They have like a couple options. They can either cut west and then go and to not be Furitan, or they can also just commit to the west weights. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Ooh.
And Omok Noon is 1 away from 7 pairs, but you know how it is. 7 pairs, you either draw it or you don't. It really takes either a long time or you draw it straight away.
Yes. The two
Well, I
options.
think Yoshi gets the Ron. Not quite pure straight, but still, a Red Dragon Dora won kind of the same hand that he just won in the previous round, and now he wins another one, puts him at 29,000. It's a
For sure.
pretty good way to just get a little bit of a lead early on. Just
Yeah,
deny
well,
other
it's
people
like,
win.
yeah, like nothing to see here. I'm just taking my 2,000 points and moving the game along. He's like, oh, I'm dealer now. Maybe these 2K points are going to be worth a little more. We'll see if he gets to keep it going. Let's see.
Raph is probably going to pawn this east, and
For
he
sure.
does. So now he has the Yakuhai and Dora 1. We'll see what he makes of this hand.
Yes.
It's not that bad as far as efficiency goes. Can cheat a lot of tiles.
Yeah. He does his like worst shapes are the 1-2 so and the 8-9 mon. He does have an option to maybe go for a kind of like flush kind of thing, but it's like way too slow. Wrath just decides to cut the 8-9 mon shape, which I totally agree with.
And Jinxie here has 4 pairs. That would be where his hand might go. He could also end up in half flush. We'll see what he decides to do. Maybe depending on what he draws. Omok Noon has a little bit of a slower hand, but he might be able to open it up and go for all simples. Meanwhile,
Yeah, all
Yoshi picking up
simples.
another Dora.
Yeah, making this hand pretty massive, and they are from Tenpai, and I imagine if Light Pink Yoshi gets there, has no other value, so would have to call Ricci in order to win this hand off someone else.
Well,
I
he
imagine he would do
could get the mixed
1,
ripple
2, 3.
sequence. Yes, so
Yes.
that could enable it, right?
Yeah,
Could
I
have more,
imagine
3
he's gonna...
mixed ripple.
Yes, yeah, I imagine he would cheat the 3-mon like easy. That's like a totally easy cheat because he has it's gonna be the mixed sequences and 3 Dora. And he's dealer, so it's gonna be like 11-6.
The 5-7 is also a pretty good way to go about this hand because people are totally not going to be expecting the mixed triple sequence in the other sequence shape, right? The 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and yeah, he just keeps trekking on with this, trying to see what he pairs up. It'd be interesting to see what happens if he draws a 7. So I'd be curious to see what his choice is over there. But Omok Noon draws into Tenpai. Very, very good Tenpai. It's a middleweight, inside weight, but has a lot of Dora. So we'll see if he gets a sumo or if someone.
Yeah, so he's waiting on the 7 of circles, and Jinxie is 1 away also from 7 pairs. He did draw another pair. South. We'll see if
Yeah,
they
and
can
Rat.
figure out- Ooh, but Omok Noon, it's sumos, and this is gonna be a huge hand, like you said. Ricci
Pretty
Sumo,
big.
Dora too, and we'll see.
Any Ura?
ドラに
No Uda, but still, that's enough for the Mangan. 8,000 points.
マンガン
And
Never
I like
lucky.
Yoshi's dealership too. He's gonna have to pay half of that.
Yeah, it's 4,000 points. So like all those 2,000 points he gained, they just all evaporated right there. Very unfortunate.
All right, so now it's Jinx. This game's going pretty fast, but
Oh, look at Omok Noon's hand.
yeah, I was going to say Omok Noon's hand is
Whoa.
crazy looking. Has 3 Yakuhai pairs and deciding to keep the north and west. Maybe
Of
going for
course.
all honors. We'll see.
All honors. That'd be something to see. I imagine he's probably just gonna go for a half flush. Immediately cuts the 7 pins. Decides that the circles are not the suit for Omok Noon. At least this hand.
Meanwhile, Raph across the board does have the green dragons and 1 Dora. Jinxie looking to... It's a bit of a slower hand, but it could end up being worth a lot of points.
Yep. Jinxie does have 2 Dora. I imagine they're gonna cut the 1 Monsoon because it's a pretty redundant tile in the 2-4 when you have 1-2-4. And it doesn't really add that much more efficiency. So that tile is probably gonna come out, but maybe the 9 So comes out before that. Let's take a look. Wrath is cutting one of their inefficient shapes, the 1-2 So. And
Yeah,
Omok Noon
Nomon's already 1 away. Also, half flush here also.
Yeah, I think Omok Noon might be a little greedy and cut the 2-4 So, especially if they draw another character tile.
The 6 Mon would be ideal. Ooh,
yeah. This is
be.
fine too. Yeah, you just go. And that's like what? That's gonna be East, one of the dragons, and half flush for 8,000 points. Like nothing to scoff at. Yeah, I think this hand caps out at a Mangan unless some shenanigans happens.
This is the silent Tenpai here for Light Pink Yoshi, although now Omok Noon is also Tenpai on the white and the red.
Yep, silent Tenpai for Light Pink Yoshi because it's all simples, Pinfu, Dora 1, like that's like more than enough.
I'm just hoping for the higher win rate instead of the higher point.
And Wrath is deciding if he wants to cut the 5-pin, and he does. He does cut the 5-pin. It's a little sketch because you see that like there's not a lot of pins are being cut, and it is a middle 5. Oh, and Wrath gets the Tenpai. Does he call Richie on this? Oh, yes, he does. All right.
Yeah, he does call Richie waiting on the green and the 8. And the greens are all out there.
Yeah.
Could end up Sumoli or someone else could deal it in. I think Omok Noon might. Oh, but the Richie deal in for Wrath. Omok Noon is going to take that 7,700.
That's pretty bad beats for Wrath.
Yeah, unfortunate. Sometimes you just deal it in on your Ipatsu Richie turn.
Yep. Why couldn't it have been a green dragon, right? Like. It's not meant to be. And now it's Omok Noon with a commanding lead at 41,000 with a dealer with a pretty efficient hand. Like Light Pink Yoshi's hand is not as efficient. Just looking at it, he has a lot of like random terminals and honors. Have no idea what to do with, and that's an amazing draw for Omok Noon.
Yeah, Omok Noon, they're drawing the triplet, so now it's still 2 away, but now the weights are so much better. All the 2-sided shapes being used clear, and in fact now 1 away from some sort of 2-sided weight.
Yeah, this is the kind of luck that Omok Noon was hoping for. I'm sure he even draws a 4-mon, so like you can even maybe do something if you draw like a 3-mon, maybe get some more value by making this hand into Pinfu. But I imagine not. I imagine they're gonna cut the 4-mon right here. Yep.
Yeah, Raphasas not drawing anything useful there. Light Pink Yoshi still keeping the red, perhaps as a safe tile later.
Yeah, and that's something you see in like higher levels, like people kind of like holding a tile for safety, just just in case someone calls Richie, you have 1 turn to not deal with Ipatsu, right? That's pretty that's pretty important. Like Ipatsu adds so much value.
Yeah, Jinxie here is making some progress in the tile acceptance. Maybe it's probably going to go for all simples, so just picking that 6 up and being able to pawn something else or just pawn the 6 itself.
Yeah. In this situation, I imagine, that's a good draw for Light Pink Yoshi. Filling the middle weight. Oh my lord, okay. Jinxie could go for a Yakuman. Suanko, possibly, maybe, probably not. Because they're 1 away, but like we like if they draw a 3 So
the pairs here, I don't know, maybe.
Well, you cut the west here for sure.
Oh, but it's Richie for Omok Noon. Going to be actually 2 triplets, so going to be waiting on the 4 and 7 of circles. We'll see. Light Pink Yoshi might deal in here, probably not. He's
probably
pretty good
not. Oh,
wow, there they all are. Will he?
Okay, Jinxie's probably gonna cut the 6-mon. Yeah, because you see all the Manzu cut by Omok Noon. If Jinxie gets the Tenpai on the Yakuman,
be the Swanko Tenpai of Dylan.
Yeah, and
it's the opposite of what you want.
He's also
Or
kind
the
of
code.
incentivized. Oh no. Okay.
The
we're
Mars
in
for now
it.
Dora. But that opens up the possibility of more Dora for Omognoon
Yes.
on the reverse.
And it's really bad for Jingxi because like they're not the real. Oh my! Oh!
The 9-man is the new Dora, and now there's gonna be 2 more reverse
Oh.
Dora indicators.
Yeah,
This is crazy.
Jingxi's like heavily incentivized to not cut the 3-pin Dora anyway. So like if they get the Tenpai for the Yakuman, I think you just go. Oh, does Jingxi just
Ooh,
Riichi this?
it's gonna be
I think you
Riichi.
do. You have so
It
many
could.
Urador chants.
Oh, no,
no, it
it's
doesn't.
not
The
safe
principled fold.
The impossible fold. Let's just
That's
fold it.
I mean, they can still get to Tenpai. If they draw like a 4-pin and then maybe you reach that, because 5-mon is pretty safe tile to cut.
Yep. Still going here. Another triplet for Omognoon.
Yeah,
But
this is
of
so
course,
tense.
the hand shape cannot be changed.
Mm-hmm.
All the
Oh,
mobs have
man.
been discarded.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 of Omoknoon's weights are showing. That means there's 3 in the wall. We'll see if Omoknoon gets blessed enough to self-draw. And we'll see if Jingxi has the opportunity to chase this.
This is still
you can
Tenpai
call
from
Riichi
Jingxi.
here. No, just takes a silent Tenpai.
2-5. Actually,
Yeah.
I think he could. Oh no, he could call Riichi on the last.
Yeah, there were 4 tiles.
All right,
left,
last
so-
tile. Is it in there?
Oh,
Nope. Oh, but the
you
con-
can't con,
you
though.
can't con,
Oh,
you
no.
cannot con.
the worst part is that tile's pretty dangerous. So Jingxi's thinking
Yeah.
real long and hard about this.
He might fold.
Might fold.
But the
Or
other tiles
might-
aren't much better, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay,
the
decides to
3
fold
is
in the 3.
discarded.
So.
No deal-in, and Omognoon. Wow, what a ride! All the tiles I
Right,
think
2
were just
cons.
in the dead wall somewhere.
Yeah, and Jingxi's not willing to lose it all here on a dealer 2 con like Riichi. Like think of like
And also
think of all
high
the
tick.
Uradora.
You have to remember
Yes.
that it's
Yes. That could easily be like a dealer Baimon, and then like you're pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to come back after that.
Yeah. So I do think that was the right choice instead of just saying it'll be fine and then cutting it, right?
The discipline play.
Mm-hmm. For sure. That's a great draw by Jingxi.
Mhm.
That 2-so middle tile.
Omognoon drawing the triplets again. 2 triplets,
Everyone-
2 pairs. This could be the Suwanko Tenpai, actually.
This could
Or
be
the
a
super
dealer. Like that would be something.
Oh, the 7 was
Okay.
just discarded.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
Can't
what
really
can
do
you
much
do?
about it.
Yep. And Wrath with a fairly standard looking hand draws the one so and decides to cut the 4-mon and keep the 1-2-so shape. It's a little slower, and the 4-mon technically has higher efficiency, has more
Mhm.
tiles that it can connect to. But Wrath looking like they want to just take this hand. Also has a chance to get like a straight depending on how greedy he wants to play it.
I barely noticed that it's now self 1, and that means that
Mhm.
the pair in Light Pink Yoshi's hand could end up tripled up for Yakuhai. Although
Yes.
he is 1 away from 7 pairs. Tenpai?
Mm-hmm. That being said, like I feel like he might go for half flush. Oh, he doesn't go for half flush. Okay,
Nope.
interesting.
Had the chance there of picking up the 1 triplet, decided not to go for it.
Mhm.
I think 7 pairs
Yeah.
might be his choice here. Oh, and
Ooh,
Tenpai for Omognoon.
Do you take this? I'm not
Oh, the
sure. I
2,
I
there's
might not
3
take this.
left.
Omognoon.
Ooh, I decided
Yeah.
not to.
Yeah, because look, you're so close to Suanko. Like I think
Yeah,
you just,
actually, and also,
silence.
if you get the 7 pin, then it's the double. I don't even know if we have the double Yakuman enabled.
Yeah, I don't think we do. I think it's just gonna be the single, but that's gonna be something if we see it. This is maybe I don't know. Like I'm excited. Like this is great. Like the top 8, and already we're having like 2 cons, and now Omognoon is going for it all here.
Oh, but this is a
Oh, you
run.
have to take this. I
It's
think
kind
you
of
have to
an
take
unfortunate run, honestly, because it's almost nothing.
it. It's nothing.
Oh, it
Oh,
is
yeah,
Sananko. Yeah, it is
Oh,
Sananko.
yeah.
Okay, so no, it's actually a pretty good one to take. 9,600, you gotta take that. Especially, look at this. Such a big lead for Omonoon. Unfortunately, Raph paying that
Yep.
hand.
With the
silent
emote. Yeah, this is a nightmare for Wrath. You know, but still has the Wrath still has his dealership, so could turn it around. Light Pink Yoshi did draw the Souths, but Jingxi got to pawn their wind, the north pawn. So
Yeah.
looks like they're gonna maybe go for half flush.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a half flush play from Jinxie. I do like this decision. I mean, someone's taking a huge lead. You gotta try to fight for it the best you can, and what a better way to do that than the half flush?
Yeah, and alternatively, Jingxi could just be going for second place at this point, and like, you know, all the points matter. Jingxi's like what, only 2,000 away from second, so yeah, like, yeah, and as you can see, Jingxi's just gonna take the 3-4-5 pin and probably just going to take this.
Omonuno with another possibly lucky streak here. Dora too. The con from Light Pink Yoshi gives
Jingxi 3 Dora.
Yes, so now that hand is a
Oh, now that hand is like worth it. Yeah, and Jingxi is not quite Tenpai yet, but as I say that, gets to Tenpai.
Yeah, so that's gonna be Tenpai waiting on the 7. Oh, and Omonoon is almost 7 pairs here.
Oh, that's yeah, I think Omonoon was just gonna call all these out now. For sure. We'll see what he draws. Oh my, okay.
Ooh.
I don't think Omonoon's gonna go for the half flush because you have the 2 8-pin Dora. There's like no.
Yeah, there's still a chance that Omonoon dodges this one by going for 7 pairs.
Yeah,
but
and
he might end
Wrath
up
is
pulling in here.
in a dilemma as well. Okay, Wrath is going for the all simples, the Tanyao hand. You know, with the
Ooh, there it is.
Okay.
That's a reach for Wrath. I think he's gonna have to take that. No. Oh no,
he
he's
wants
committed to the all
a little
simples. He
more.
wants a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, I think it's the correct play because you're at -600. You need so many more points that, like, I think.
Wow.
Oh,
The decision there for Omonoon decides not to take the red because that would put him at an awkward having to discard the 8-pin.
Oh my goodness! Wrath takes the 3-10 Ricci. Okay.
Yeah, so now Wrath cannot run the 3 and 6, but he can sumo on the 9, 6, and 3. There are only a few of them left, though.
There's only, well, from Wrath's point of view, there's only 4. But we know that there's actually 3 because Light Pink Yoshi does have one of the 3, so it's.
I think there's one of each to draw.
Hmm?
I think there's one of each to draw, right?
No.
Ooh, but there's a
yeah.
run from Jinxie. That's gonna be the 7,700 point hand.
Yep.
And that's gonna make a big dent. Before the gap was sort of small between Jinxie and Light Pink Yoshi, but now 7,700. That's no small hand. Although Wrath here with this hand could make a comeback. This is looking pretty good for a half flush comeback.
Half flush comeback for sure. And yeah, Jingxi must be pretty pleased with that outcome. It's like, I think that's the best outcome for Jingxi right now because you know, you put second place like way farther down.
It's got
like
a thing for Light Pink Yoshi, who actually gave Jinxie that hand because before it was only 1,000 points, right?
1,000. It's like a little frustrating, but sometimes, you know, you kind of have to go for the con, and you kind of have to go for a little bit more value. And yeah, look, Wrath is getting a bunch of dragons, trying to pair one of them up, trying to do something, maybe even going for all triples, the toy hand.
Yeah, we could see that. All triplets half flush. We'll see. Depends on the draws, of course. Definitely see any pawn or cons here, though. Definitely.
Yeah, and Light Pink Yoshi is getting is 1 away. Actually, no, it's not 1 away. Sorry, 2 away from being able to call the Ricci. I don't think Rat's gonna con this.
I think he might, honestly.
He might pawn it
because
Yeah.
Oh, the pawn. Very interesting.
Then gonna cut the tune. Yeah, and then it gives him the option to chi the 8 so. or he gets to con it if he gets like another 7-so.
Yeah, he might get to con it later, right? There's no reason to con it now. He can, for
Sure.
example, pawn the 7 and then later con the 9, maybe?
Yeah. Or maybe
It's just that to get as many points as he can, he might really consider just conning it. But I respect the choice to con it later.
yeah. It's no reason to con it immediately, I think, except maybe to draw the extra tile and speed up your hand. But I think Wrath is looking more for value as opposed to the speed. That's a good draw by Omoknoon. Probably gonna cut the 1-so here. And then
it's still too. No wait.
yeah, it's not quite there, but the 1-so is gonna come out, and Rat's probably gonna. Yep.
Yeah, so that hand, Wrath here, pretty close to Tempai. It's kind of surprising to see 3 calls and not be Tempai yet. Still be 1 away. But
yeah,
this hand is worth a lot of points when he does get to that Tempai. It's going to be very scary. Ooh, and here it is.
It's the
Tempai, and he can con for it. Not
Okay.
quite. But he is Tempai now on the 7 bamboo and the white dragon.
Yeah, and Jinxi also with possible mixed sequence hand with the 1-2-3 mixed sequence. Gonna have to cut the Dora 5-mon if they get the Tempai for it, but I think they will. Oh no, it doesn't do it anymore. You probably cut the 1-3-mon now, because that's just too much value. Yeah, that's too much value. You can't cut your 5-mon Doras anymore.
Yeah, that's a lot of Dora and Jinxi's
It's so
hand.
much.
Oh, and there it is,
Ricci?
the Tempai.
Is it Ricci?
Do you Ricci on the 5s or on the 4? I think you probably just do it on the 5s anyways, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
no,
I think
on
this
the
is a
4.
better play here. Yeah. There's 4-mon, and you're in second place, and like it's a little unreasonable for you to get the the Dora over here, and going for the slightly more probable play here, I think is better, especially because you have a con, so you might get some extra Uradora, some hidden Dora, and you also know that Wrath is most probably Tempai, so you kind of have to go for the better weight. If that makes sense. Oh,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We'll see if Jinxie manages to get it. This could be a hand that can rival Omoknoon's lead.
yeah, it might, but if Wrath draws the tile, Wrath is probably just gonna have to cut it, which is gonna be
that's a tile. That's another tile that deals into Wrath here. I think you're gonna have to fold.
yeah, he's been kind of like pseudo folding a little bit, and I imagine it's gonna be more of the same here. I think Yoshi draws 3-6-mon, cuts it. Oh, I don't think Omoknoon's gonna cut that.
Yeah, I don't
They're not
think
even
so.
close. Yeah, they're not even close. All right, we'll just see. It looks like it's just Jinxi and Rat's game to win here. Well, we know that there's only one more white dragon. Oh, and it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it looks like it's in the dead wall.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Still though, Wrath manages to keep Tempai, and so that's a repeat. 1,500 points. It's very
1,500
little, but
points.
it's a start.
Yeah, it's not nothing. Look, Wrath is almost out of the negatives. This is maybe we'll get to see an epic comeback.
I mean,
That's
look
an
at his hand.
amazing hand. Oh,
Yeah,
my
amazing hand
goodness.
with the white dragon pair to kick things off, get a fast hand, and also these shapes are just on fire. Completed triplet, completed sequence, white dragon in the bag.
Yep, 100%. Just take the pawn. You want the Ricci stick as well. You'll get a Ricci stick. That's like 1,300 points in the table, which nothing to scoff at. This one away from Tempai like efficiency. The hand shapes are very wide. Like can take almost anything, but maybe this quick hand might be the death of Wrath, because we can see Omoknoon going for a kind of like half flush or maybe even a flush here. Also gets the south.
But it's already Tempai for Wrath, waiting on the 2 and 5 of circles.
Maybe speed will outdo value this time. Oh,
Ooh, the quick Tsumo from Wrath. That's going to be a total of 3,300 points, I think. with all the sticks accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well,
4,300.
4,003. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Very good. Yeah, see, and now Wrath is out of last and, you know, could be targeting third place.
It's already third place.
Yeah, you're only, what, 9,000 away? Like, that's very doable, especially if you're a dealer.
Yeah, especially with this hand also. This hand's pretty good.
Wrath is getting being pretty blessed with these hands, but you know, Jingxi going for another heavy hand has a pair of the Dora. So
Yeah,
we'll see what happens there.
the Dora Dragon pair. But the thing is, I don't see Light Pink Yoshi discarding this Dora Dragon, and so they might just be locking each other out of their hands. And meanwhile, Wrath's gonna get to Tempai pretty soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be a pretty good wait. Hopefully, if Wrath gets a 258, oh okay, yeah, then Wrath probably just
nice.
Yeah, you cut the 8 pin, and then now your efficiency is
so many
like
ways you can get the Tempai. You can get the 2, you can get the 5, the 8. There's like
you
3
can get 3 6 pin. There's so many. You have all the options.
All the options.
Yeah, Wrath is probably not gonna take any calls and probably just gonna get the Tempai and like Richie this for sure. Yeah, he's just like, all right, I'm like, he's itching to call the Richie here.
Oh, Dragon Dora triplet, but Wrath is already gonna get the Tempai here.
This is a choice. Wrath can choose to quicken the hand right now. Okay, that's a tough decision, but he's waiting on 258 mon now.
Yeah, and
okay,
it comes straight off Light Pink Yoshi, and that's a direct hit on the third place, which is exactly what he needs.
Yeah, that's what 39? No, 29. Very
with
good.
the bonus, you know, that's 3,500.
That's such a tough decision to make for Wrath too, because he's like, well, I'm so close to Tempai, but because Jingxi called the red dragon pawn, which is Dora, you know, alarm bells are going off, and Wrath says like, oh okay.
But Light Pink Yoshi has such a crazy start. Look at this, the double South Dora pair. So now if he gets the triplet, which Wrath has to discard the South in order to get the Tempai, most likely.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so and also the rest of the hand is pretty good too.
Yeah, like Wrath's hand's pretty fast that maybe he decides, oh, maybe I should, you know, cut this South early. But you know, it's getting to be the 4th discard, so maybe he holds on to it for a little bit. Omokdun did draw a quite key tile. Oh, it might come out here. Wrath might cut it, or he might cut the 8-9 mon, depending. We'll get to see his choice. Cuts the 8-9.
Omokdun's actually 1 away already. He just needs to pair something up.
Oh.
Yeah, that one doesn't quite do it, but you know,
but Omokdun has been drawing some pretty clutch tiles over there, so I imagine he's gonna get the Tempai soon. Not yet, but soon.
Ooh, Ref does not decide to take that. Yeah, that'll be a pretty hard tile to cheat.
Yeah, it'd be rough. You'd have to cut the 1 pin and go for simples.
All simples, yeah.
It's just not. Oh, okay,
I thought the hand was a bit different.
Yes. Yeah. The only issue, okay, I do like Wrath holding the South this long, but he might deal in on it later, which is like not ideal. He's probably gonna cut it now.
Okay, yeah, I think if there's a moment to cut it, it would be now. Yeah, and there it is. But Light Pink Yoshi with the double South Dora 3, that's already Mangan.
Yep. Yeah, it's if he draws a red Dora or something, or if he cons the South, that becomes like a Hanuman, and then it's like easy way to, you know, leapfrog into.
Ooh, but now this 1 away from Wrath is pretty good. He has Dora 1 now, and he could end up in Reach Beef territory.
And Jingxi's just going for the all triples hand. Okay, maybe no, 7 pairs is not too far for Wrath. Wrath is gonna hold on to the 3 pins. Maybe. Okay, so the South comes out. I think interesting.
And that would have been Light Pink Yoshi's draw, so better to come off of Wrath.
For sure. And yeah, it looks like Wrath is holding the 3 pins, maybe trying to go for a little more value. That's an unfortunate draw for Wrath right there. You know, punished a little bit. But now Light Pink Yoshi is Tempai waiting on the 2 mon.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Omognoon.
リーチ
Wait, is that finally Tenpai?
Yes,
It is.
yes,
So
it
Richie
is.
waiting on the 3 and the 6 bin. Unfortunately for him, the tiles are all gone, right? There's one 3 bin left.
Yeah, but
And
Wrath
now it's
might
Tenpai for
cut
Jinxie
it.
too.
It looks like Wrath. If Wrath gets a Tenpai on this,
Ooh, yeah.
Wrath might cut it, and that's kind of why I was like, I don't know.
Oh, but Light Pink Yoshi deals in first. That's
Yeah.
pretty lucky for Wrath because
リーチ
with Omognoon taking that win from Light Pink Yoshi, that does put him in third.
Yes, and you know, not much you can do there as Light Pink Yoshi. There, you have a manga. Okay, what are you gonna do? Like, it's like, well, I gotta go, right? Like, not much to do there. It's unfortunate, but and I'm sure when Light Pink Yoshi like saw the tile and was like, oh, I have to cut this. It's probably gonna deal in, but I have to cut it. And then when it dealt in, he was like, oh, okay. But these things happen.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see here, Light Pink Yoshi is now in fourth. Would be his chance to make a comeback as the dealer. We saw Raph, win quite a few hands back to back. Hopefully, that's what Light Pink Yoshi can do in his last dealer here.
Yep.
South 3.
Yep. Oh. No, you can't. Oh, decides to call it. Okay.
Wow, this is gonna be interesting here.
Yes.
He has no Yaku, so he has
Well,
to he has to pair
all
something up
simples,
here.
right? Or like pair up any of your honors.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, Light Pink Yoshi
We
realizes
gotta go
that
for the
this
Hail
is-
Mary, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Thanks
of like
to
a
Dora.
desperation play, but you kind of have to go for it. Like, it is, if it's gonna be a Yaku and 2 Red Dora, that's what, 5,800.
I mean, the tile was shining, so
It was-
in his defense, it is a shiny tile.
Yes. I mean, I too
mean,
like
who,
to.
who
call
among
tiles that are shiny.
who among us has not already done that in the past, right?
Oh, all the time.
I mean,
All the
it is
time.
it is a shiny tile. There is a button that says
Hmm.
pawn right there that you can push to take the tile.
Oh, interesting. So Jinxie decides to cut the 9-mon out of the 799-mon shape.
Hmm.
Does get, I don't know if this is rewarded. It's like kind of like a sideways kind of reward kind of punish, because you can go for like a 7 pairs kind of thing. But
Yeah, some would say that is a punishment, going for 7
yeah, a
pairs.
little bit, and they're like 1 away to call Richie, but it would just be like Richie and that's it. But
Ooh,
yeah, I
and
think Yoshi does get that cheat.
Okay, I like Pink Yoshi, but now he has no pair, and yeah, now he has to cheat the 3 and 6.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. No pair. It's not a big deal. You kind of, sometimes you just have
One
to
away
wait.
for Wrath, by the way. He couldn't have
Yep.
reached Pinfu.
And like it looks like Omognoon is trying to build something monstrous as well. Maybe a 7-8-9 mixed sequences.
Jinxie picking up the 6 pin, which is pretty important for his hand, and now he has a 3-sided shape here. The 258 pin would work to give him a
upgraded.
senpai.
Yeah, Jinxie upgraded the hand a little bit there. Can imagine probably just gonna cut that form on, yeah. Just might deal in later on that 8 so if he gets a Tenpai, but no one's waiting on it quite yet.
Oh, I wonder if you discard the 1-mon here as Wrath to keep this 5-7-9 shape.
Yeah, I think you do. Like, you can go for it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because you
that's a good
definitely
catch.
want because you definitely want the ones as your pairs, most likely. And just
Mhm.
having that extra efficiency is just great. Except the
Yeah.
8.
For sure, yeah. And Wrath is gonna commit to cutting all 3 of them, and gonna wait on the inside. 6. So.
He
interestingly
just shifted from 1 to 9. Completely shifted. But
Yeah, and-
this is pretty good because now he can wait on the 7 or the 8.
Mhm.
Like if he were to draw the 1 and 4 pin right now, the 1-4
Yeah.
circle, he would now be able to wait on 7 and 8, which is
Yeah, waiting on
definitely
the
an
Dora.
improvement.
For sure. And then Jinxie or Light Pink Yoshi might deal in here if that happens. Oh,
That is Tenpai.
yeah.
Waiting on the 6 of bamboo
6.
only, but Jinxie has them all.
As all of them, and I don't think Jinxi's gonna give them up. There's 0 left because one of them's a Dora indicator.
Oh, you're right.
So this is a struggle. But yeah, Jinxie does kind of fold a little bit. I imagine if Jinxie gets back into Tenpai, you'll call Richie, but we'll see. Oh,
Ooh.
almost
Tenpai
moved with
here
that
for
6-9 weight.
Omoknoon. Yeah. 6-9 Mon weight. There are 3 6s left.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is in Ralph's hand.
Yeah,
So, it's only 2 of
this is
them.
rough for Light Pink Yoshi. Like, if I'm unfortunate,
Oh, the
unlucky
punishment.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Light Pink Yoshi wants. Oh, I mean, it's not Tenpai, but you have to choose that. I think.
Do you?
I think you have
You
to.
need to get Tenpai.
Oh, the pawn comes out. Okay,
Oh, the pawn.
okay.
Yeah, and now it's a 6-9-7 weight.
6-9. Yeah, 6-9.
Okay, but
bamboo
looks like it's gonna
7.
go all for nothing, and Light Pink Yoshi
And
unfortunately
only
paid
Light Pink
3,000.
Yoshi not ready. It's tragedy for him. That's so rough.
3,000. Yeah, and now there's 2,300 points on the table. All last.
Mhm.
Jinxie here, dealer, could end up going for first.
Yeah. Yeah. This hand is not looking too promising. You know, has like a pair of not there wins and you know, bunch of isolated tiles. Now for, let's say, for 4th place, Light Pink Yoshi probably just trying to get to 3rd place here. Like, I don't think there's a world where, especially when you look at that hand, I'm pretty sure Light Pink Yoshi is like, oh, okay, I can't get 2nd place, so I need to just get 3rd here. Probably gonna make a hand worth around there, maybe like 52. 52 is enough with the Richie 6, so I think that's the target for Light Pink Yoshi.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see here. Raph could end up in what, 7 pairs? Half flush? We'll see. It's full flush with Dora 1. I wonder what the difference is. That would be a 12,000 hand. The direct hit, maybe?
Yeah, I don't.
Raph is gonna try and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. Even if you don't overtake, like, any amount of points is like, you know, it's worth points. That's a great.
Yeah, even
draw
if
by
you
Omoknoon.
sumo, I mean, that is like a
Wow. Okay,
pretty
right.
huge difference. Ooh, could this be?
Yeah, Omoknoon is getting there though, and I don't know if Omoknoon is gonna call Richie because he's like pretty high up in points. Like, there's no reason to Richie, even if you know, it's just better to be safe, especially when he has
Yeah, it is a
company
risk.
like
It
this.
is always a risk to Richie, even if you have a good weight and all that.
Yeah, especially when Wrath is like, you know, you see all these like very.
Ooh, there it is. Tenpai for Raph
cursed
on the
discards,
2-5.
yeah. Oh boy, okay. That's yeah, it's Tenpai
Oh, that's
already.
something.
Yeah.
And he can
Raph is
get
just
a
gonna
shape
go-
improvement also to be 369, I think.
Yeah, if you draw like a 6.
Oh wait,
then
if he draws a 6, it would actually be a
it's a lot more.
3-1-6-5.
Isn't it 369-147?
Oh,
I
it might
think?
be. It might be like the Holy
Yeah.
Mary of all weights.
Yeah, because then you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Holy Grail
7,
of
8,
all weights.
9, and then yeah. It's 369. Oh, it's 369-258.
Ooh,
Probably.
this cheat.
It's gonna be
is an
a 6
improvement.
tile weight. Oh,
Oh, this is also pure straight. Although it does
Yes.
not matter.
Oh.
Wait.
yes.
Oh yeah, it does not. It does not.
Because it's
It's
a
still
Hanuman. 'cause he has a
Hanuman.
red. Yeah. Still just a Hanuman, right?
Just
Oh.
the Tanki going
Oh.
to deal with.
No, Wrath, no.
So yeah, the single pair weight there, 5,800. Raph's gonna deal in. I mean, you have to go for it there. And now it's Raph back and forth, but he could end up just taking the third again. I guess it's up to it's gonna be a battle between 3rd and 4th, and then first
And
and
first
second.
and second. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's looking like it. You know, quite not exactly where you want to be if you're Wrath or like Pink Yoshi. And Jinxie, I think might go for a half flush here. I think you just go for the half flush. Yeah, just immediately cut the 3-so and go for the half flush, or at least like threaten it. Everyone else is looking at this like, oh no, like this is definitely half flush. Oh,
Ooh, in the south now people have got to be thinking.
One away. This is pretty fast, but Wrath does triple up the east and might be going for their own half flush.
Oh, but this is gonna be
Oh,
tough.
are you gonna wait on the white?
Wait on the white.
Oh, you are
dragon.
waiting on the white dragon. Let's go. Okay, I like this.
Yeah, I like this too.
Yeah, I think anyone that draws it would just cut it, and
Maybe.
spells death.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much got to, because everyone's gonna be pushing their own hand, right? Except for maybe Omoknoon. Omoknoon might
Omoknoon
not
might
cut
hold it.
Mhm.
All right, and Wrath deciding, yeah, you have to go for more. Can't just hold the 3-4 of a bamboo. You just kind of have to do this. It's like unfortunate, but oh, that's a rough tile to cut. Okay. Oh, I'm so tense. Just like
still just looking for the red dragon.
Yeah, I'm not even like in this game, and I'm just like so tense right now. Oh, that's such an amazing draw by Wrath. Okay.
Well, this close half flush is really looking very good for Wrath.
Yeah, and Wrath might even that's Tempai, isn't it? No, it's not.
No, not quite yet.
Carry on. I mistook one of the Pinzu over there. They're very small.
And wait, that might be Tempai?
That is Tempai, I believe.
Yeah,
Nope,
so it's
you just
waiting on the 5-8? Yeah, 5-8 for
5-8.
Ipeco on the 5. Which could be the red one.
Yeah.
Oh! Deals straight into the Ipatsu half
I
flush.
don't think it's enough, but
We might. Oh, there's
No,
not anymore.
okay.
But if the red hit manga, I mean, that is still like 8,000 points that you win, right? Instead of losing.
Yeah, and like puts him in third.
Yeah,
also
puts him in
very
third.
key. I'm sure Wrath was hoping for like an Uradora, like a hidden Dora or
Yeah,
something.
the Urador
but-
would be huge there, the critical
Yeah, it would
hit.
have been Hanuman. Unfortunate, but
Or on the 5 also.
yes.
But anyways, yeah, that was the game. That was a pretty fast
Yeah.
game actually compared to the first matches that we saw. Almost noon. taking first with plus 37.2. Jinxie taking second with 19.8. Raph taking third with minus 18.8. And Light Pink Yoshi fourth with minus 38.2. Going to be hard to recover from that one, but we have seen huge comebacks before.
Yes, we have. And I believe the other game is already done. And so,
Yeah, I think so.
I think we'll be having the scores showing up in a little bit.
Mhm.
But yeah, that was a nail biter for sure. And some people got pretty unlucky there. Some people got very lucky. It's Mahjong.
Mhm. Well, impressive. So that was the first game of the top 8. I'm excited to see all the scores, how the other table went. Pretty soon we'll have it, and then we'll see how that affects the players' decisions in the next game. Because they did still have a little bit of points from the previous round. Light Pink Yoshi did get a pretty sizable sum even after the halving, so I think that could still help them out. So maybe they're not all out of the game yet.
Yep. And as we can see here, I guess it looks like the results of the other table. Resco took a pretty massive handily in first with plus 52.4, and everyone else is negative. Ashmer is negative 3.5.
Wow,
Oaksport
a
is
negative
negative
second.
15.9.
That's quite rough. But
Yeah,
Ashmer was in first before.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but this definitely would put Resco like currently, temporarily in first place, I think, for sure.
We'll have to see.
Yeah,
Omoknoon did have quite a bit of points also.
Yeah, and I think we'll have the scores up. Oh, look, and there it is.
Yeah, Resco is number 1, as you said. Omoknoon right there in second. Jinxie did pretty well there and took second. Is going to be third here. Ajmer did have a lot of points, so even though that was a second, so it's only minus 3.5. So he does keep the 4. And Raph is right there on the cusp. You know, maybe he makes it, maybe he doesn't at minus 1.1. Same thing for Dorksport at minus 8.9.5. You know, first place could very easily set him up for continuing into the finals tomorrow. Obolai at minus 19.05. And Lightning Yoshi at minus 25.65. So those are the scores for game 1 of top 8, game 3 of tonight.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see some of the more nuanced plays that we're gonna see from the people at the top, but also the people at the bottom. Like as we saw in like our game, we saw that Wrath had to go slightly less efficient, had to go for the heavier hands, and you know, thankfully it paid off at the very end. But like we might see Resco like fold hands that normally you might push because, you know, you have a pretty comfy lead. You just kind of have to not take like a really bad 4th place.
Yeah,
and
same
conversely,
for Omok Noon.
Yeah, same for Omok Noon as well. But conversely, like Light Pink Yoshi or Bobbleye might have to reachy some hands that you might not want to reachy. Might have to, you know, do some stuff, you know, kind of get the job done, because they're gonna need pretty big firsts on their part.
So we'll see here. What else we have? We also have the game 4 matchups. Oh, and here we are. Rasco, Ajmer, Dorksport, and Lightning Yoshi going to be paired up for game 1, table 1. That's going to be our table 1, our elimination round 2 for top 4 for the finals. And the other table will be Omo Noon, Jinxie, Rafasas, and Mobileye. So those will be the 2 tables for the next game.
Lovely. Can't wait to see the games for the second game. You know, already that first game had so much action. Like there was so much going on. You know, I can't wait to see what exactly the next game's gonna have. Maybe we'll get a Yakuman. Like I'm honestly hoping to see one. It's gonna be good.
All right. Well, that ends the 3rd game. We have some pretty tense situation. The scoreboard has been widened a lot with this 3rd game. Resco's huge burst, which we unfortunately didn't see. That game actually finished so quickly. The people in the back, it was about half the time of the game we watched.
Was it really? Oh
Yeah.
No.
But as we move on to our 4th game, we will be changing casters again. So Irie will be saying goodbye to Irie on casting for...
well, thank you so much for having me. It was, as always, it is a pleasure to be casting. I will be here tomorrow. And I'll also be here for the next upcoming slide, I believe.
That's right.
So, thank you so much for having me, and thanks for the amazing commentary, Pew, and for the amazing matches that we saw.
Yeah, of course. You know, always a pleasure to have you, Irie. And you're gonna stick around for a little bit, but before you say goodbye, I think
that's right.
I think we have another lucky draw. Is that correct?
That's right. And bringing Curly back in for our final game. For our final game.
Welcome back.
How's it going, everyone? What a game we just watched.
Right? I mean, I'm sure you enjoyed the cons because you do like the content.
There was so much content. I was heartbroken that Wrath wasn't able to get the after the con, after he specifically tried to set himself up for it. I was hoping he would get it.
Unlucky for sure.
Yep, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
It is how it is, you know. It's just not in the dead wall. It's just not in the extra wall. And and glad to have you here, Curly. And I think we do have another lucky draw, as I mentioned earlier. So This time, instead of asking who your favorite martial character is, in the chat, in the YouTube chat, please answer this next question. What is your favorite character's outfit in Mahjong Soul? I'm not too sure if that means your favorite character's outfit or if that's your favorite outfit of any given character. Either way, please post in the chat what your favorite outfit is, and I'll start. As I mentioned before, my favorite character is Narration, but I don't really like some of her outfits. I do have them all, but I go with the base Narration outfit. I think my favorite outfit is probably Yui's Bond outfit, where she has a coffee, and she's on the swing, and she has like a turtleneck on, and it's like I think that's like probably my favorite outfit. What about you, Curly?
Out of my limited character pool, I am gonna have to go with Maki and her Halloween costume.
Oh, I think that's one.
Yeah, I don't have it myself, but I have seen it out in the wild, and it's just very elegant. I'm a huge fan. Also, Halloween is one of my favorite holidays.
Best holiday. I wish we, had that day off, but unfortunately, most people don't. It's her. She's in is she a vampire in that one? I forget.
Basically, yeah, she's dripping, or she's drinking a red liquid of sorts. So
and she's on the chair, right?
I don't know if she is actually. It's been a minute since I've seen it.
Okay, yeah,
but
I definitely know the
stood
one
out the most.
Yes. And I believe we have some other casters wanting to mention some of their favorite outfits.
Yeah.
Irene, what's yours?
Yeah, my favorite one has got to be the Yumiko Jabami Max Bone outfit. I believe it's the Max Bone outfit where she has the other skin where she has the idol outfit. I love that one.
I think my favorite would probably have to be, Invincible Ichihime. When the event came out, it was really something.
Oh, she has a sword, right?
Yeah, Yostar pulled out all the stops for that event. You had the mission with the little sort of sprite artwork for Ichihime, and every time you play a game, you'd go up against bigger and bigger cats and beat them down on their quest.
The Muscleman cats.
Yeah, and you would. So, I mean, it's kind of not just the outfit, but there's a nostalgia attached to the outfit. So when I see Invincible Ichihime flying through the mahjong table whenever she wins a mangan or a haneman on her cloud with her sword and her warrior spirit carries on. That's the thing about Ichihime. She may be the mascot character, but you have to have a lot of energy, you have to have a lot of spunk, and you have to have a lot of spirit. I could say that, like a warrior spirit, in order for Ichihime to really show up and be a strong mascot, even if she's not that great at mahjong. But don't tell her that.
How rude. Yes, and everyone, keep posting. I believe we might be doing more than one winner for this one. So hope you might get lucky here and get some swag.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that this draw is for the special acrylic picture stand. So because this is a physical piece of merchandise, Yostar will ship it to you. So you've got to contact them by email if you win, mjs.cs@yo-star.com. And as well, if you enjoy the stream and everything Yostar is doing here, don't forget to like the stream and the video and subscribe to Mahjong Soul Yostar's official channel.
And then, I can't wait to see what these acrylics look like. Like, if you if you do win, please share what it's gonna be. Like, I'm so excited to see what it is.
Yep, you can post it on your favorite social media and show us all what it looks like. Maybe if you have a little artistic atmosphere for it, you have a perfect place you could put it. You know, give us your own artistic spiel.
Yep, I put it next to all my Mahjong Soul merch. That's what I would do.
Woo! And we have the winners have been announced.
Oh,
Drum
winners!
roll,
Yeah.
please.
And with that, I think
I was gonna like stomp my feet, but then I realized that no one would be able to hear it, so it's fine. Oh, Shield Anvil, Kovian AO Tilt. Congratulations! If that is you, you have won one of
I
the.
believe those are
first
two
one.
names.
That's
right.
Oh, is it?
It's two names.
Oh, I see.
have
I
two
just
winners
the name
of
was
this
so
event.
long. I see. My mistake. I was like, well, that's a 4-part name. Like, oh, it's fantastic. Okay, and we are 7 likes away from getting 100 likes. Please like the stream if you've been enjoying our content so far.
come on, show some appreciation.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
For amazing games
Thumbs
tonight.
up. But yes, again, congratulations. Shield Anvil at Kovian and Ow Tilt. Email mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your name, shipping address, and URL of your YouTube channel. Click your avatar in the top right on YouTube, select your channel, and copy that URL into the email. And now, that being said, we've got Pio, we've got Curly, we've got the games, honestly, and we are about ready to begin here. So,
And we also now have 100 likes on the stream.
woo!
Yeah.
Thanks
101 even.
everybody.
I realized that I did not like the video, so I was logging on and liking it. I think I
There
was
you
like
go, doing
99.
your part.
Yes. We're now at 103, so you know. Thanks everybody. Oh. And we're in the
All right,
game.
are we in? We're jumping in?
Yeah.
Cool, we're gonna check out, it looks like this was table 2.
Yeah, I think it's table 2. And we have
Yes.
3 people. 3 people from table 1 in here, so it's a couple of familiar faces. Wrath as a dealer, first dealer. Bobbleye, who's the new one, at least in this table. And Jinxi as the west dealer. And Omok Noon as the final north dealer here.
That's right. To give a reminder on the scores that these players have, we have Omongun at nearly 50 plus points, Jinxi at almost 35 points, while Wrath has -1 points and Bobbleye at -19. So Wrath and Bobbleye are the ones that have to perform the best here to have a chance at making the top 4 cut. And
Very good.
Omongun and Jinxi can't be sleeping either. They do have a lead, but it's not as commanding as you would think. So a devastating 4th place, especially if they hit the negative, could knock them out of top 4 contention.
For sure, for sure. And that was a very interesting choice that Bobbleye made right there. A little bit earlier, Wrath cut the white dragon, and Bobbleye decided to not call it, but now decides, maybe I don't want to go for 7 pairs, and calls the red dragons that Omok Noon just cut.
Ooh, and they did pick up that 7 of characters, and I was about to say, are they going to decide to
nice.
go for half flush? And they seems like they are.
Yeah, and if you look at like Bobbleye's like discard pile, it's like, okay, this is pretty like suspicious. So you may as well go for it anyway, especially when you can call another white dragon. I'm actually curious to see if Wrath, or whoever draws the second white dragon, the last white dragon actually, if they remembered that that there was a pause on that white dragon. Like it could be like a fake pause, but it could also just be like, oh, someone's like, oh, someone has a pair. Maybe I don't cut it, you know?
That is a really interesting thing that you pointed out about playing online and playing on like Mahjong Soul, where these players at such a high level try to find any sort of advantage that they can amongst each other, and even just identifying when the pause on a call could have happened could be the difference between knowing when a tile is dangerous or safe.
And that is 10 by for Omok Noon. Discards the Dora for a double pair weight. So either the 8 mons, 8 of characters, or the 9 of bamboo. And Bobble Eye looks like they're just gonna keep going with this hand. It's basically gonna be, if they don't get the white dragon, it's not gonna be a Mangan, but if they do, it is gonna be a Mangan. So I think Bobble Eye is gonna keep going here. Wrath also might keep going with this as well. Does draw a safe tile. Okay, taking the what is called, like, it's like a half weight. So they're waiting on 6-9 mon, but they can't win off of the 9 because then they wouldn't have any value. And this is called like Arozuke in Japanese. But it doesn't matter because Bobble Eye gets the win anyway, and looks like Bobble Eye has enough foo to bring it over to 8,000 as opposed to the 7,700.
Yep, and that's going to be a great start for them. Also, coming back a bit, I haven't seen this animated skin that Bobble Eye's using. That one's pretty good too.
Yeah, the client also didn't see it. Yeah, he has the mask on, and I'm digging it. It looks like Bobble Eye could go for another half flush hand here as well. You know, calling the Norths or the white dragons, but pairs up the 3 pins, so maybe Bobble Eye might not.
Yeah, it seems that like Wrath also has a pair of red dragons in their hand, so this might go fairly quickly. Both players who don't have dragon pairs in their hand have a lone dragon, so when they decide to discard those dragons, if they do, is gonna really determine the flow of this game.
Yeah, if you keep it a little too late, oh, that's a good draw for Wrath.
That's a fantastic draw.
You have a choice of cutting 1-2 of the characters or the bamboos. They're effectively the same at this point in time. Maybe the character is slightly better because you have the 2 4 5 6 character shape, so you could kind of like extend the shape that way. But I imagine Wrath is going to continue with the entire block. Yep, and that's a great draw for Bobble Eye.
Yeah, it's just those small, like even something as inconsequential about which block that you're going to cut, and they seem both the same. Those small decisions can have huge consequences down the line.
Definitely. And interestingly enough, Bobble Eye decides to not be greedy here, cuts the East Dora and just goes for a inside weight on the 4 of characters for a 1,500 point hand. It might actually be enough food to bring it up to 2,000, and it might come out here, but Omok Noon might not cut it. I
do like that play from Bobble Eye, though. As a dealer, it's good to just like try to get as many wins in as you can. Even if they're not great wins, they definitely all add up.
Yeah, and it is like holding just a lone Dora around. That's unfortunate that Bobble Eye changed the weight from a single inside weight to a 2-sided weight, but now it's a 3-sided weight, increasing the weights. Even has a chance to go a little greedy and go for a all triples if they so want. Oh, gets it.
There it is. And how much is it gonna be? Oh, just the white dragon, just 2,000.
Yeah, it's enough food to bring it over 1,500 to the 2,000. A little bit more, but not too much more.
Still, this is a fantastic start for Bobble Eye. As a reminder, he's the one with the least amount of points on this table, so he has the most to gain.
Yeah, he needs to run it up here. Looking around, everyone's hands seem About the same, except for Jingxi, who has a lot of that third Dora draw, but it's a little clunky, that hand, depending on if they keep the north.
Yeah, I imagine they might want to hold on to it for a little while longer, just because in this last hand, you're trying to make a cut for top 4. The decision to be efficient versus greedy is going to be weighing so heavily on these players.
Well, that's an amazing draw by Omoknoon. Okay. Let's see what Omoknoon is going to do. Probably cut the 1 so or 4 so. Yep.
Yeah, they're just trying to trim out that block to try to be as efficient as they can with their hand.
Yeah, Omoknoon kind of needs a little momentum going. Has their blocks, and I think just wants to reach you like a double-sided weight, maybe get Pinfu and go. That's a pretty decent draw for Omoknoon. Yeah, probably gonna cut the 5-mon and the 1-mon to solidify their pair.
That's right. I am interested to see how long these players are going to keep these North Doras in their hand. It is stifling their progress to an extent, but neither player wants to be the first to drop it and potentially feed into other players. But the longer they wait on it, the more dangerous it could be. We have seen players wait on a single Dora pair wait before, and it could happen again.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a bit of like a game of chicken here. It's like, oh, how long can I hold this? Like, I want to hold this until I draw another one. If I hit Tenpai and I have to cut it, what if I deal in? Like, it's like a ton of like calculations you got to do. Well, maybe with this,
a lot of pressure.
Yeah. With the 5 so draw, I imagine. Sorry, excuse me. With the exchanged more workable Dora. And cut off the North Dora there.
Yeah, their hands thrown out pretty okay, but their shapes are still a little bit awkward, a little bit of bulk on some of them, but they trimmed some of the fat by cutting that 5 of bamboo. And they actually have potential for mixed triple sequence.
Yeah, Jinxie, it's looking pretty scary over there. But Jinxie's gonna hold on to that Dora for dear life, praying that they, if they pair that up, maybe you don't even reach that, because then you have Pinfu, Dora 2 mixed triple sequences, and it's like it could be like a Hanuman, like a sneaky Hanuman right there. Maybe with that second North cut, Jinxie might cut it though. We'll see. Yeah,
we'll see if they go for efficiency or greed. That's always the question that we're going to be asking at this table.
There we go. The Ricci on the 5-8 pin. And it's not the best way because you see 3 8 pins are out. But, the 5 pins are still technically live. But what Omoknoon doesn't know is that Jinxie does have 2 of them in hand. Oh, Ryanpeiko?
Oh. Okay.
It's like far though. I don't think it's gonna happen. What's gonna probably end up happening is Jinxi's gonna get all simples and Pinfu because they have the 4-5-6. There's as much as I like the Ryanpeiko, the double sequence, I don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, I think you just have to. I think you just reach either. Oh, you don't reach either. Interesting.
I am noticing that a lot of these players don't like reaching immediately, especially this early on. They don't want to lock their hand in case something terrible happens. And especially in the last row, the odds, like these are tiles that are probably not going to get discarded this late. So it can potentially be very dangerous to Ricci at this point.
Yeah, okay, and I was just about to say, so the reason why Jinxie probably didn't Ricci is because it's technically safe into the person that called the Ricci. And you have all simples, Pinfu, and 2 red Dora. So it's already worth like 77, 8,000 points. So there's really no reason to Ricci, because Ricciing will lower the chances. That's a lot of pairs for Jinxie right there as a dealer.
Yeah, you have to be very careful about your decisions on here because any one slip, you could fall into a really bad point value, and then you're having to play behind the entire time. You're relying on the luck of the draw to get you out of very particular moments. And as we've seen before, sometimes the wall and the Mahjong flow deities just don't want to give it to you.
Yeah, and yeah, that was a very sneaky trap laid by Jingxi there. And yeah, Jingxi the dealer looks to be, holding on to the east because they are dealer, but probably gonna cut it next if they draw anything that increases their hand shapes.
And they looks like Omongun has a pair of East in hand that they might be able to form to get their Yaku, and backing that up with a couple of Dora in their hand, that might be what they need to get out from under this fourth. Yeah, see, they already take the East triple, and they have to hopefully get some more gas in the rest of their hand, but it could work out. Not with that 8 of characters, though.
Yeah, and if we look at Wrath's hand, that's an interesting draw from Wrath. Maybe Wrath cuts the four of dots here and tries to extend their bamboo shapes. And it does look like that's what happens. He does have to watch out because he might end up Furitan. Because the three so has been cut. So if he draws like a 1/4 so, it might be rough for Wrath. But I think at this point situation, Wrath, we have seen Wrath Richie their Furitan hands, so it could happen. But as I say that, Wrath just ends up cutting the 2-so back, and looks like Wrath is going to go for a all simples, maybe a mixed sequence 5, 6, 7, possibly, but with that 5-so cut, maybe not.
Yeah, they did take a good amount of time to think about that one. At this point, they probably know the direction of their hand that they want to go, and they're just gonna stick to that plan. Ooh, and that 3 of dots pick up exactly what they need, and now they're gonna call the Ricci, waiting on the 5 and 8 of dots. Unfortunately, 3 out of 4 of each of those are accounted for in everyone's hand, so there's only 2 chances that Wrath has to top deck.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, all you need is 1. Unfortunately for Wrath, though, if Bobble Eye draws either of them, like he can use both. Same with Jingxi, could use both of them. Omoknun can also use both of them. So I think if anyone draws the tile, I don't think it's gonna come out from anyone.
Well, Amongun is in a very particular spot because if they want to progress their hand currently, they would need to discard that Dora. So they're going to have to decide if they want to push it or decide to fold, understanding that the Dora is potentially very dangerous here.
Yeah, it looks like Omoknun is just fully folding, like not even taking that 3-mon into their hand. So I doubt Omoknun's gonna cut the 8-pin Dora, especially when it looks so bad. Like, so you can see here, when someone reaches on a tile, the tiles immediately next to it are like so much more riskier to cut, because as Wrath did, you have like a 6, 7, 7, and then you cut the 7 waiting on the 5, 8, right? This is like a common kind of like shape, like thing that people do. Because you're being more efficient, right? And so like the tiles right around it are like so much worse. And also Bubble Eye just going for it all here. Look at that full flush with all the Dora. We'll see if he gets there.
Ras Wade is actually dead. All 8 tiles that he's waiting on are accounted for in each player's hand, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna give him up.
Oh, you cheat this. You definitely cheat this. Yeah, and
there
you cut 3-mon. Yeah, this is...
And there's the flush!
Yeah.
This is scary. This is a very scary situation.
It's a pretty wide wait, too. It's 6, 9, and then 4, 7, I believe. That's the weight.
But I think all the players are just hoarding all the dots. If you look at the discards, there's only been 1 dots discarded this entire game. And yeah, that's for good reason.
Yep. Omoknun correctly realized that, you can't really cut any Pinzu. Just like, it's fine. Jingxi also is like, all right, maybe I don't need to play this hand, Like, you don't need to play all the hands.
It's still early. We're still in the East game. You have plenty of time. Until you
and Bobble Eye with that emote. Like I want my full flush.
It was so close. Oh, so close.
For sure. Okay. Some pretty quick looking hands over here. Like Omognu's
Bubble Eye
hand looks
cuts
quite
the
good.
west door. Oh, I guess 2 of them were already cut.
Yeah, and Bubble Eye's like, what am I gonna do? Hold it for safety. Especially with Bubble Eye's hand right now. Like it needs all the help it can get. You can't really like hold a save tile that long. Especially when you kind of need to build something for yourself.
As the game goes on, I am definitely very curious to see how Bubble Eye will play out their hands. They are currently in first place, but not by a lot. And first place is not enough for them to make it. Probably won't be enough by itself. They need a first place to be very, very, very big, commanding lead, over 50,000 points, probably at the least, to even have a chance to make the top 4 cut.
Yeah, you did say Bobble Eye and Wrath were the ones that lower in points.
Yes, they're both in the negative. Wrath has -1. Bobble Eye has -19, I believe.
So yeah, like they are a little incentivized to, like Bobble Eye especially is incentivized to make a little bit, some more points here and there. So Jingxi and Omognoon are the high scores, but Omognoon is currently in last, and that will definitely probably take him out of the top 4. So we might see some more, wild play from Omognoon, but they are they are 1 away from Tenpai on a 2-sided weight. So I imagine you just you're just gonna call Richie because you have a Dora. Richie Pinfu Dora 1. Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good, definitely. Let's see if they can get there quick enough before anyone else can advance their hands.
Yep. Jingxi's is getting there. Not quite as close. That's a decent draw from Bubble Eye. That's a decent draw for Jingxi.
Ooh, is Jingxi gonna go for the pure double sequence on the 3, 4, 5 characters?
Maybe. Yeah. Why wouldn't you? Like, of course.
It's right there.
Yeah.
So now with the Richie on, now with the Richie on the table, now that kind of there's some more stuff in the equation right there.
Yeah, this is a
3
choice.
characters is now suddenly a save tile. Maybe you're gonna need to cut that.
Yeah, the 9 pin is like a little suspect. Yeah, Jingxi's like, I don't want to deal with Ipatsu. Maybe not during the Ipatsu round.
Yeah, it's definitely not during the Ipatsu round, and it's definitely a slightly easier decision for Jingxi and Bobble Eye having the lead over Wrath. They are not pressured to try to force these hands, where Omognoon, with his hand, might try to push it and try to force something going, and they have Tenpai.
Go.
Yeah, you send that.
This is so tough. So looking at Jingxi's hand, there's not a lot of tiles to get rid of. Here does cut the 9 pin because the 6 pin came out because it's 3 away. But now it's like, I don't know. What do? You cut the white dragon, I guess, because it is 1 cut. But also, yeah, the 8 pins came out, so you cut that.
Yeah, they're just gonna probably fold out the entire hand. Oh, but Omognoon's gonna deal into Wrath's hand. No underdoor, unfortunately, but still, Richie Pinfu, all simples red 5. It's gonna be 7,700 points.
And yeah, Wrath needing to Richie that hand. Because as we mentioned before, he is like last, or no, he is like down. So you need to go try to get some hidden Dora, some under Dora. Kind of just have to get ring every piece of value that you can get.
Yeah, you gotta be making plays. This is your last opportunity. This table is the final table to determine if you're going to make it to the top 4. You got to bring your A game. You got to pull out all the stops. You might have to do some crazy inefficient plays to try to go for some max value.
Oh, that's a good draw for Omognoon. That's a great draw for Wrath. These draws have been clutch. That's a good draw for Bobble Eye too. Everyone's drawing nice tiles. Bobble Eye's debating if he wants to take that Tenpai. Decides he does. just gonna get the 2,000 points, maybe a little more depending on if he gets a white dragon, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be good for Bobalai because even though it's not, they are going to maintain their first place if they get this hand. They're also going to be given the dealer, which is going to give them the opportunity to really accelerate this hand because, as we said before, they need all the points they can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine Wrath would just immediately reach E, even if they end up on the slightly worse weight here. Yeah, probably gonna take this this one away from Tenpai. With
Ricci here could be dangerous, though. I mean, if you're just looking at this from the other player's perspective, Bobalai has called Green Dragon and has not discarded a single character at all. So there is danger of that they might be going for a half flush with those dragons and maybe have more honors to boot. So if you do have, white dragon.
No,
he deals in with it.
That's unfortunate, but it's only South 2 now. It's what, 3,900? Like, it's not the end of the world.
Could have been worse. Could have definitely been worse. But when you're trying to get first place with this, to have a cut for top 4, that's not what you want to be. Especially because you just lost your last dealer round. Yeah,
it's of course dealing in is never ideal, but I think in that situation, like you kind of have to push that hand. Wrath drawing a East to pair it up and maybe going for something. Has like a lone red 5 of bamboo, so probably not gonna go for a flush.
Probably not. It's a really hard situation because they gotta try to eke out as much value as they can, and it's that tightrope that you have to walk between efficiency and value, especially when you're under so much pressure to try to get a W.
Yeah. Looks like Omoknoon's hand is coming along the fastest. They are no, they're not one away. Actually, no, they are. They are one away from being a Ichi. Okay, and looks like Omoknoon has turned off what is it, calls, because that north cut immediately went and like there was no pause there. And I know we mentioned earlier, talking about like, you know, getting any advantage. I know that to some people, clicking that button to turn off calls is blasphemy. But sometimes you want to be as sneaky as you can, and so you have to turn it off when you know you don't want to make any calls. Ooh, that's a good point.
Especially at this high level play, each of the players are going to be hyper focused on whether those tiles are going to be immediately pass or if there's a little bit of a pause. You don't want to give your opponents any information that'll help them get out from under you.
For sure. Okay, this is an interesting choice.
Jinxie has a lot of value in their hand.
Takes the Dora greedy weight. It's a slightly greedier weight. Chooses to not wait for the 3-so, the 1-2 3-so weight. Decides to go for the Dora weight with the 1-so. We'll see. I mean,
even if you don't hit the Dora specifically, you still have 3 in hand, and you're gonna get at least 4 Han out of this off of the Ricci, especially if you another one if you top deck. So there's still plenty of value to be had, even if they don't get the full hand that they want. But Wrath has dealt with a very difficult decision. 2 players in Tenpai that he has to navigate around.
I'm just I guess Jinxie just wants to go for as much value possible. Oh my goodness.
That is so crazy.
I mean, it's safe into the Ricci person, but like this is surely Wrath pushing for all he's got here. Yeah, your heart kind of skips a beat anytime you discard a red 5 into any player in Ricci. Or even just at any point in this table, especially this late. But Wrath was able to navigate around, get some safe tiles going, and they are trying to form a half flush to try to get as much value out of this as they can. They're going to call the East. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Okay. Single wait on the seven pins now, which is
yes, it is. That's right. It's just the 7 of
Yeah.
dots. But 3 of them
Yeah.
have been called, and one of them sitting nice and snug to Omongun's hand. So Wrath's weight is probably not going to work here unless they can shift it around. But shifting around your hand is very dangerous because you have 5 red tiles sitting there.
Yeah, this is I'm trying to think of a situation. Oh no, that doesn't do it.
Sumo.
Oh, okay, Tsumo. Of course.
Yep. Sometimes it's just how it be, but
Yep.
even though Bobalai is going to win this hand, he is dealer, so the turn is not going to progress. So all these players who are still trying to get as many points as they can are going to get another opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was a little wild to see Wrath waiting on like a single tile right there, because he does see that the 7 pins were pawned away, so it's just like a single tile. But you got to do what you got to do, right?
You got to do what you got to do. Ain't it the truth?
Yep. It looks like right now Omoknoon's hand has a lot of value. There's one. Oh, that's a great draw for Omoknoon. He might even cut the Chun. Yep, he cuts the red drag.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shiny tiles in his hand. 2 red 5s in there, and he's working pretty efficiently with that F4. Not quite as good for him.
Yeah, Wrath is 1 away from a full straight. It won't be Pinfu because it's a 1 pin. But we'll see what
Does Wrath have a straight?
Well, yeah, because if Wrath draws like a 2 pin, then he's just waiting on 3 pin, and if he draws a 3 pin, he's waiting on 2 pin.
Yeah, but then where's his pair? He does. Oh, he has a 5. Oh, okay, those are 2 5s. I thought that was a 4 5 6 sequence.
I was a 4 5 6, then he'd be Tenpai, right? Waiting on the 1 pin. Well, okay, he decides to not go for the straight. Okay, interesting. Just gonna go for Pinfu here. I respect it. You can go for a 4 5 6 mixed sequence. Oh, does Wrath take this? This is like a choice. I don't think you take it. Yeah, you cut the 4 mon.
Yeah, it was just played. You don't want to deal into Ipatsu.
Yeah, well, so Wrath had the choice of calling Richi on if Wrath cut the 3 so.
Oh,
like,
you're right. You're right.
And
be waiting on the 4 and 5.
It looks so bad. It looks like Wrath is just completely folding out. Doesn't want to deal into the person in last place, which understandable.
Yeah, it's a question of whether Wrath is going to. He's folding now, but he may try to push the hand a little later if he forms other shapes. Well, is he just going to completely fold or try to get it a little later?
Yeah. Oh, that's. Oh, okay. I mean.
Yeah, see, like right there, he had it, but then he has to discard the 3 of bamboo. Ooh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And this is like quite unfortunate because Omoknoon does have 2 red Dora and no like real Dora. Like by like real Dora I mean like the regular Dora.
Yeah.
So...
The positions first, second, third, and fourth haven't changed with that hand, but as Wrath, you're trying to get as many points as you can to get out from this -1 that you are going into it. And Omongun actually with the second highest points of the entire top 8. This 4th place will hurt definitely if he sticks with it, but there's a chance that even with it that he still manages the top 4. But
there? Okay.
That's not where you want to be in this situation.
No, yeah, for sure. Oh wow, that's a good draw for Wrath. Wrath might be able to. This looks like it might be like a comeback hand for Wrath, especially if Jinxi deals into this. But we'll have to see.
Yeah. The order of discards from the other players is gonna be very important because Wrath has a single West Dora tile in their hand. That is their win, and 2 other West tiles in the other player's hand. If it depends on how long it takes for Bobalai and Jinxi to discard those West Dragon or those West Winds. If Wrath can put himself in a Tenpai situation before then, that could be everything that he needs to get out from under this third place.
And that's like a good situation for Jingxi. Okay, decides to call the 5-sos, losing the pair, but looks like Jingxi is just gonna go for the west pair weight over here, and that
seems to be the case.
Yes, that is a slightly greedier choice. And I was wondering why Jingxi was holding the west for so long. It looks like this was the plan
all according to plan.
Originally, before, it looked like Jingxi might be going for a 2-3-4 mixed sequence hand. And so I was like, well, maybe you cut the west a little, go be a little more efficient, and decide to go that way. But it looks like Jingxi has other things in mind here.
Yeah, and it looks like Omongun over to the left, or to the right rather, they called the 2-3-4 of dots, but their hand indicates that the only way that they complete it is to get a triple of the green dragons. Especially with one already discarded, that's a very tall order.
Yep. And Omoknun ends up in the same situation, I think, as earlier, where they are like Arozuke, which means that they can only win on one side of their way because the other side has no value.
Yeah, they're putting themselves in a really tough position, and this is just really hard because even if you get this hand, it's not worth a lot of points. Yeah, you're gonna move the dealership to yourself, but it'll be interesting to see how hard they push this hand, or if once people start calling or more tiles, or if Riichi happens, whether they're gonna stick with it.
Yeah, what will be more interesting to see is maybe Omoknun tries to just stay Tenpai. And decides to cut the green.
Oh, they're out of it.
Omoknun is a little spooked. I was thinking, well, maybe Omoknun realizes correctly that the hand doesn't have that much value, and do you just con this? Maybe you con it later.
Maybe
later. I was saying maybe Omoknun decides to just stay Tenpai and then get the Tenpai bonus. Oh, you con here to go for the. No, you don't con here. Okay,
being safe. Yeah, I can see that sevens are not sevens. Characters are just very dangerous. If you're looking at everyone discard, very few characters have been called at all. So you can imagine that a lot of players are potentially waiting for them.
Mm-hmm. It's also funny that Omoknun is super free 10. Free 10 on seven of characters, which Omoknun did cut 2 of, which is kind of funny. And they're dead. So if Omoknun did decide to con, there's no chance of drawing it.
Yeah, but while we're just trying to figure out what Omonku is going to do to get out of here, Wrath calls a Riichi, and oh god, they have so many tiles that they can wait on, right?
Or is it just Wrath?
Yeah,
no, it's just
just the white dragons.
It's just white dragon and the 5 mountains, I believe. The other highlighted tiles are for other people.
That's true, but Bobalai is kind of in an awkward spot. He looks to be in Tenpai, but he doesn't have a Yaku.
Yeah, I think Bobalai was debating whether to stay Tenpai there or not. Same here. Omoknun's gonna have to cuts the safe. There's no way.
There's the single west way that we were talking about. He doesn't take it.
No way.
Oldest trick in the book.
I was like, it's so suspicious. And Jingxi's like, there's only one. I can't do it. And then now sees Bobalai cut. It's like, I could have waited. But it looks like now there's only gonna be 2 people Tenpai. Thankfully, Jingxi is Tenpai. Okay, Omoknun wants to get back in.
There it goes. Well, he's avoiding having to pay anything for going to the exhaustive draw, putting his hand in Tenpai on that very last second call.
Mm-hmm.
So, because Jingxi was in Tenpai when it went to No-Ten, the dealer's going to stay with them, and that gives all the other players another hand to try to come out from whatever bad spot that they're in.
Yep. And this looks like a pretty good opportunity for Jingxi to go for a mixed sequence hand, and with 3 Dora, like the pair Dora, you can go for the 1, 2, 3, mixed sequence. You can even call it, like, who cares?
Yeah.
Because you have 3 Dora.
Yeah, he has needs a little bit of work, but there's a lot of potential with Jinxie's hand, as you've said.
For sure. Oh, it's a little bit of a backfire, but it's like a backfire that you're kind of like, well, you know, I kind of want to go for the 1, 2, 3 mix sequence. Like, it's okay that that this happened. Like, obviously, like, it is a backfire, but you know, Jinxie's probably okay with that for now.
And Wrath is gonna call that triple of 9 of characters. It looks like they're trying to form their hand to be a half flush.
Yes, or maybe even a full flush, because, you know, if none of their honors pair up, like, it'll just be a full flush opportunity with a Dora. So that's gonna be like a Hanuman. Like, yeah, why not?
That's true,
And
but
yeah.
that's gonna be a real, especially with the 5 as Dora. It's really enticing to want to do this, but as we can see in everyone else's hand, there's a lot of character tiles in their hand that are probably gonna stay in there.
Yeah, and Omognoon is Ishanten. They are 1 away from being able to call Richi here.
Ooh, and they do have a pure double sequence on the 1, 2, 3
Yes.
of Bamboo. That's value.
Yes, it does look like it's gonna be pretty good. It actually, it's not gonna happen. But what would be interesting to see is if they try to go for like a full outside hand. But like there's no way they're gonna cut the 5-6 mon.
Yeah,
with
that's
the
too
Dora.
strong of a shape, and it's a
There's no way.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
we
that's a really
we can
tall order.
imagine. And yeah, it looks like Wrath has not drawn any improvements since we've last looked.
Yeah, for the most part, like, since like they called the 9 of characters, they haven't been able to progress their hand like almost at all.
Yeah, and it does look like Jinxi's gonna commit to the 1, 2, 3 mix sequence, because otherwise there's no other form of value to this hand.
Yeah, and
so-
as a quick reminder that the 1, 2, 3 sequence requires the hand to be fully closed, so there's no opportunity for Omolgoon to call their tiles to progress the hand quickly. They have to get it naturally.
Yes. Okay, this is interesting. I think, yeah, Jinxi's probably realizing that, like, these it gets later in the game. So probably, maybe you call it. It's like, yeah, I think you have to call it.
Yeah, it's
Because
getting.
you wanna stay tempai, right?
Yeah, where you want to try to make progress towards it, and it's getting late in the round. We're in the last row of discards. You might not get an opportunity to get that 2 again.
For sure.
There it is, full flush
There it is.
from Wrath.
Now there it is for Mobileye as well. Oh god, that's let's see, 97, 765, 44. It's 147 weight. Yeah, it's 147 weight for Wrath. So it's pretty wide. Omoknoon,
Pretty wide. Most of the characters are already accounted for. There's a couple of 7s that he could potentially top deck, but that's about it.
And Omoknoon does sense a little danger, so just to cut the
There it is! He's out
Oh!
there! Sumo full
Let's
flush!
go! Okay. With Adora. So Hanuman. Alright.
Let's go. Big hit. That's what he needed.
That's just what he needed. That brings him into contention for first place, which is very key here.
Yeah, but we are going into the South 4 with the last place player's dealer, and they have a lot of ground to cover. But if there was ever a position to make the greatest of comebacks, this is where it starts.
Omoknoon's last stand, as it seems. But Wrath doesn't call that south. Very interesting.
Very interesting indeed, actually.
It looks like Wrath wants to go for it all.
Go for it all. That is the mindset of a winner, not kind of cheapen their hand, trying to go for the actual W.
Getting a little rewarded, but now Wrath is thinking, do I want to go for the 7, 8, 9 mixed sequence here? And it looks like Wrath might be going for that. Cutting one of their many pairs here. Oh, getting rewarded.
Oh
Might
my
actually get the
word.
789 mixed sequence. Let's go. Okay.
It doesn't matter what happened in the previous hand. All that matters is what happens in this last hand. And this last hand is looking fantastic for Wrath.
Yeah, still 2 away and is gonna have to make some choices, but I imagine if Wrath gets 1 away, they're gonna cut their pair of souths to maybe it's like rough. It depends. Maybe get Pinfu. If another south comes out though, I think Wrath might just cut both souths to go for. Oh, you cut south here. I think you cut south here. You go for Pinfu.
Let's see what he decides. Deep
Yeah,
in the tank on this one. This is a very important decision that he has to make.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Going for the south. Okay, you're gonna Richie double south. Okay.
Oh, and while our eyes are laser focused on Rats, Jingxi actually calls Richie.
Yeah, waiting on the 1-4 pin. And yeah, there are 3 9-sos out, so Wrath is probably like, okay, maybe I'll go for double south. Double south, Richie double south is Dora 1 is still solid. That's like it's a Mangan right there. And
Yeah,
maybe
they
with some
can-
Uradora. Oh, you just
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Yep, and if they can sumo it, that should be enough to put him in first place.
Yep. Even a Ron off someone, because there's 2 1006, right?
That's
And
right.
then
I didn't notice that. There's an extra bit of cash
Yeah.
on the line here.
It would be Richie Dora 1 if they low roll and get the 2-so. So that would be 2600 without any Uradora. So that'd be 46 with the 2 Richie 6. It won't be enough if a 2-so comes out, but if they get like an Uradora or if they get the south. Oh, unfortunate. Though.
Oh, there's a deal in, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. And looking at that hidden Dora, it looks like Wrath would have gotten a.
Oh, he would have? Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, it was gonna be a 6-pin. So yeah. This was,
that would have been enough.
it would have been good. Yeah.
Ooh. So with that, we have Bobolai taking first place at this table with plus 29.3 points. Jingxi taking second with 8.4. Wrath, unfortunately, taking third with 2.6, and Omongun minus 35.1. That,
Yep.
looking at the table,
So Bobolai needed to win a first, and Omoknun you said was second going into this game. So this probably shakes up the
This
rankings for sure.
definitely shakes up the rankings. It's gonna. I am not gonna know how this is gonna turn out until we actually see it. It's hard to predict how everything goes.
This plus 29.3, maybe it's enough. I'm not sure. But yeah, that was a roller coaster of a game, and yeah, can't wait to see the results of the other table. Actually, I think the slides, I think that's up. We'll get to see the outcome of the other game. And
there you have it. So it looks like on the other table, Dork Sport took first place with 37.6 points. Like Peak, Yoshi taking second with 12.7. Ajmer getting third with minus 14.1. And Resco with a minus 26.2.
Interesting.
Resco was also our point leader going into this round with 67 positive points.
Yeah, this minus 26 might not be enough to knock Resco out because of such a powerful, strong showing in the first game. But we'll have to see who made it to the final table.
Yep, and we're getting all the scores calculated. We're getting the slide created for you all right now. But I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who came out and watched all this. Oh, there it is. There we have our top 4. And we have Jingxi at the very top with 43.35 points. Resco, second place, 40.8 points. Dork Sport in third and 28.65 points. And Omongun with 14.5. That fourth place almost costing them the top 4 spot just by
Wow.
barely 4 points.
It wasn't enough for Bobble Eye. So unfortunate. And Omok Noon almost got eliminated there, but managed to hang on. So that's the final table. Amazing.
All right, and yeah, there you have it. Oh man! So as a
Speaking of
reminder,
having.
yep. And this is what our point spread is going to be going into tomorrow's final top 4. Tomorrow we'll be here, same time, same channel, and we will be watching these 4 players play through 3 full South games. So even though this is a kind of a big spread to start, as we've seen before, just one hand can drastically shift the pairings.
Yeah, and it does look like there's gonna, Resco, Jinxie are gonna have a little bit of an advantage, plus 20, but on Omok Noon, who's at plus 7.25. But yeah, nothing that 3 games can't overcome.
All right. Well, thank you, Pio. Thank you, Curly, for covering this last game. And nobody go anywhere quite yet. Nobody go anywhere. I'm watching you. I can see you. That's right. That's right. Don't leave your keyboard yet. We have one more giveaway for everyone here. One more lucky draw for those special acrylic picture stands. We want to thank you all for staying through the entire elimination phase. And so, you know the drill. I've got a question. Answer it in the live chat for a chance to win the merchandise. Today's question: which players impressed you the most in this elimination phase? Type your answer in the chat. Give us your beautiful answers. There were a lot of great plays in this game. Which players impressed you the most? Whether they made it through, whether in the top 4, whether in top 16. I think for me, it was that last game we looked at. It still left an imprint on me. Not the last game, but the last game of top 16.
The 7 pairs?
Where there was 7 pairs half flush. All
That was
3
pretty good,
dragons,
yeah.
but you don't get any points for the dragons because they're all pairs.
That's honestly such a beautiful hand. I mean, like, honestly, I shed a tear. That was so pretty.
So I'll have to give Ji-chan the props on that hand. It was pretty wild. What about you, Irie?
Jinxie performed so well. I mean, I have personally never seen them play in any of the tournaments we usually commentate, and actually I haven't seen any of the top 4 or finalists. So it was just impressive to see all of Jinxie's play. We saw a lot of Jinxie's games here. I think we saw 3 games. 3 full games of Jinxie.
It's possible. I think one of them we came in the middle, but it was still pretty. It was we came in about South too, so there was still a lot of game to see.
For me, it was Jinxie. I like the character also. I believe he was playing Akagi, right?
I believe so. Yes.
They were.
Oh, what about you, Curly? Who were you impressed by the most today?
So, I don't know if it came out in my commentary a little. I'm a little biased towards certain players, but I have to give it up for Wrath. They were actually one of the first people I met in Mahjong, and they taught me a lot about how to play the game. I am constantly impressed by how well they're able to sniff out dangerous tiles and how to accurately identify their win condition when in very bad spots and just playing towards it.
Indeed. That's a very important skill as you climb the ranks, to get up past the Master into the Saint, and then perhaps to join the current Celestial in the EN server. What about you, Pio? Who do you have?
Well, if Curly's gonna be a little biased, then I guess I can be a little biased too. Although he unfortunately did not make it to the top 4. I did think I did really like Pink Yoshi's plays, and I'm not just saying that because he's a friend of mine. I did think he made a lot of good decisions. Push when he needed to push and folded when he needed to fold. He got a little unlucky with some of his Rishi battles, but that kind of happens. You can't win them all. Sometimes you draw the tile that deals into someone else, and can't be helped. But I do like his play quite a bit.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, Raph and Light Pink Yoshi, they always play really well. They have been playing for a really long time, and we have seen both Light Pink Yoshi and Raph in a lot of these top 16s at Yostar's tournaments. So, I mean, definitely gotta give props to all the players here. Honestly, can we get a little clap for everybody who made it to the top 16? Because, I mean, these are the best of the best. Let's be honest. They all played really well.
I don't know how well my mic is picking up my claps. And scare the crap out of my cat. But there we go. That's my congratulations to everyone who participated in this tournament so far.
That's right. And as just as a reminder, as you're picking your answers, the players we had: Wrath SS, Juchan, Ajmer, Omognun, Flanster, Resco, Paradisus, Dazi, Jinxie, Azarez, Unluck, Bobolai, Kolmungi, Light Pink Yoshi, Dork Sport, and KUC. Those are our top 16. Congratulations to all of them for making it here, even if we only are able to see 4 tomorrow.
Oh, I see some Darzy fans in the chat too.
Ooh, yeah, I think there were fans of just about every single player, so it's good to see that everyone had someone to come out there and support them.
Where are the tips and tricks fans also? Come on.
Hey.
Good commentary I'm seeing for us.
I've been seeing some fans of everybody out there. Some Irie fans, some Pio fans, some Curly fans.
Yeah, all the Mahjong fans out here definitely came out in force. Yeah, we're just taking a moment to collect the winners. We'll be getting those shortly.
All right.
Yeah.
We're drawing the winners now.
All right.
Drum roll, please.
Who is it?
Congratulations, Gianni, Juliana, and Gullwings. You have won the special acrylic picture stand. Email mjs.cs@yo-star.com with your name, your shipping address, and the URL of your YouTube channel. Click your avatar in the top right of your YouTube page, select your channel, and copy the URL from there. Once again,
Awesome, congratulations.
that's right. Congratulations and thank you for watching. And if you have not done so, as we wind the stream up, make sure to give it a thumbs up, like it, and subscribe to Mahjong Soul official Yostar for more events, more collabs, and all the news on anything happening in Mahjong Soul. Ooh. That being said, we have our final 4 here with their characters. Oh my. This looks pretty interesting. There's a mix. I don't think there's a duplicate.
Ooh. You love to see some variety.
All right.
There's a hat. There's a hat. There's literally a hat.
Oh, hat. Literally hat.
We've got Jinxie with Akagi in the current lead. We can see scores are rounded to the nearest hundredth because really, who needs the thousandth in your Mahjong score? Oh man. In second place, we've got Resco representing Keiku Musume's hat, just the hat, at plus 20.4. In third place,
the real character.
I know, I want that character.
Oh dear. In third place, we've got Dork Sport with Koromo there at 14.33. And rounding out our finals, we've got Omongnun, who was able to make it through that tough last game with a really good performance at the beginning, with Ichihime at 7.25. So these are our 4 finalists. And remember, we would like to see you tomorrow for the finals. Same time, 7 p.m. UTC -7. That is 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 7 Mountain, and 6 Pacific. You can show up 10 minutes early and see highlights of today's performance, or if you have friends who weren't here in the elimination rounds, tell them to show up 10 minutes early to see the big highlights from today.
Yeah, or if you just want to hear my voice some more, I'll be doing the highlights for
That's
tomorrow.
right.
But I mean, if you stayed for the entire elimination, you gotta be there as soon as it starts, right?
Exactly. The final 4 are coming up tomorrow. Cheer them on. Let's see just who can become the champion of the Lucky Strike Cat Food Bowl. Thanks everyone for watching. From here at Yostar and Reach Mahjong of New York, I've been Tips and Tricks. We've had Irie, we've had
Thanks
Kyo,
everybody.
and we've had Curly on the stream. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.